board meeting of the Santa Barbara Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. We will now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
justice for all. Okay, well, we are, before we go forward, I need to report that the board met in closed session. And our only agenda item was, bear with me, so I get it stated correctly. Our only agenda item in closed session was public employee performance evaluation, government code 54957, title superintendent / president. And we have no reportable action. So we will now move into public comment. And tonight, Luz Reyes-Martin is going to help us with public comment. I believe we have three general comments or comments that don't pertain to a specific agenda item. And I've lost my email temporarily, so I'm going to have Luz introduce the, wait a minute, let me find this. First one would be Jim Clark.
Yes, that's correct, President Miller. We have a total of 4 public comments tonight, 3 during the general public comment period and 1 for item 12.1. Under general comment, we have Jim Clark, who will be followed by Julio Martinez, followed by Sherry Brinley Higgins. So Jim Clark is welcome to begin. You have 5 minutes, and I will queue up Ms. Higgins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Miller, Superintendent Goswami, and members of the board. I'd like to take this opportunity to say a few words of farewell and gratitude for the staff members in the Information Technology Department who are retiring next week. First, I would like to recognize 2 of our team members who retired at the end of December. Tracy Kaltenbrunn supported finance and some of our non-credit programs. She was well-liked and respected member of our team, and we have missed her competence, attention to detail, and sense of humor every day. Beverly Stephen provided excellent desktop support to the staff and student services. She got along well with everyone she worked with and strived to help people with her knowledge, empathy, and integrity, which was greatly appreciated by everyone. Next week, Jerry Thomas leaves us after over 25 years at SBCC. His decades of experience in supporting our network and wireless technology helped build the solid infrastructure that shaped how we do business today. Jerry's extensive knowledge, combined with his positive can-do attitude and calm demeanor, even in the most hectic times, will be missed. Sandy Evenson has been employed by SBCC since November of 1998 and has been the technical lead for our IT help desk that services SBCC employees. She has always been quick to take responsibility, provide leadership, and volunteer her assistance to others in need. Sandy has proven herself to be a true advocate for her customers, and we will miss that dedication. And finally, we say goodbye to our fearless leader, the Vice President of Information Technology, Dr. Paul Bishop. Paul has accomplished something that is incredibly difficult to do. He has affected cultural change. Under Paul's leadership, IT has become an organization that works in partnership with the rest of the college to improve services to students and to help students realize their goals. He has done this by leveraging his love of technology to always strive for the most elegant solution to any problem. It's the mark of a good leader that they create an environment so outstanding it attracts outstanding people to their department. And the caliber of our team is evidence of this accomplishment. So well done, Dr. Bishop. And with that, on behalf of the entire IT department, I bid a fond farewell to our retiring team members, thank them for their years of support and camaraderie, and wish them a long and prosperous retirement. Thank you.
And before you go on, we don't ordinarily comment on or respond to public comments, but I just want to say on behalf of the Board of Trustees that we wish all of the persons who are retiring from your department and college-wide, wish them the best in their retirement. It's not the ideal time to retire. I know many people when they retire want to travel or they want to go places, see friends and relatives, and it's not the easiest time to do that. But I know that we'll get through this pandemic eventually, and they will all have an opportunity to fulfill their retirement aspirations. So thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I misspoke. We're going to have Julio Martinez next. Julio, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be reading the CSEA Chapter 289, Solidarity and Anti-Racist Statement. Membership of CSEA Chapter 289 stands in solidarity with our community. Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara, colleagues and students across the nation. We hear you, we see you, and we stand united. We feel your pain. We're all in this world together, and it is time to take a stand as one and work for justice and change. As union members, we understand what strength in numbers truly means. We acknowledge the frustration and anger that has resulted from police brutality, justice, and racism in our communities and institutions. People of color have endured systemic racism that permeates institutions in our country. We stand in solidarity with the Black community in the wake of the horrific, racist murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and countless others. These acts of violence, both recently and throughout history, are instances of a long-standing pattern of violence suffered by Black people in this country at the hands of law enforcement and white privilege. We acknowledge that change will not happen overnight, and a statement alone is not enough to bring about transformative action, but it is a firm first step towards necessary evolution. All of us need to do our own anti-racism work. Unions historically have served as agents of change dedicated to protecting the rights of the disenfranchised. As such, we will advocate for opportunities for our members to engage in ongoing anti-racist dialogue and actions that will help us learn from each other and grow as a community. We ask the Executive Board to implement an ongoing work group of CSEA members to engage in equity-focused change in our community. For CSEA, students, and the faculty we serve. We seek anti-racism training, meaningful discussions, and dialogue that result in tangible, measurable action. We must come together to help dismantle systemic racism. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I will give Ms. Higgins a call and get her ready. Go ahead, Sherry.
Hello. This is a statement of support from the CSEA Executive Board, Chapter 289. And we wrote this statement before the one that Julio read that was taken to our chapter and for a vote last Thursday. And I just want to mention that we did have a group of people of color, members of color, that came up with that statement and that Julio just read. And I want to thank them very much for their hard work on that statement and to our chapter for voting approval of that statement. So this is our e-board statement, and that's from the executive officers. The executive board of CSEA Chapter 289 advocate an immediate end to oppressive and racist actions towards Black, Brown, Asian, and Indigenous people. People of color are suffering greatly due to the systemic racism that permeates every institution of our country. The COVID-19 pandemic has heightened the racial attacks and impacts on people of color and has prevented them from getting the services they need to survive. We stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter SB in the wake of the horrific racist murder of George Floyd. We recognize that this murder, as well as the murder of Breonna Taylor and others, are instances of a long-standing tradition of violence suffered by Black people in this country at the hands of law enforcement. As leaders of our union, we will take opportunities to engage in anti-racist, diversity, and inclusion training, and will use the knowledge we gain from these trainings to create a more welcoming and encouraging environment for participation by people of color in our union and on campus. We will create opportunities to collaborate with interested members who are people of color in the preparation of any anti-racist statement we release on behalf of CSEA members. Chapter 289. The executive board has a responsibility to be leaders in anti-racist education, and we commit to being agents of change who foster an equity mindset and serve a membership built on justice, equity, and inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. So that concludes our general public comment. We do have one public comment later on our agenda for item 12.1. Thank you.
Robert, I think you muted.
You're muted.
Robert, you're muted.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're on item 4.1, longevity recognitions. We have 4 people to recognize this evening, but I confess I don't know whether in each case their supervisors are present to
No,
comment.
there won't be any tonight.
There won't be any, but let me just read then the employees we're recognizing. Jose Ibarra, 10 years as a facilities assistant. Patricia Rabe, 15 years administrative assistant. Rebecca Saffold, 15 years administrative assistant. And Gordon Vandersall, 15 years in admissions and records. And for each of these longtime employees, we extend our appreciation and gratitude for their service, and hope they will be with us for some time to continue. So that takes us to item 4.2, outstanding classified employees and honorable mention classified employees.
Thank you,
And who will
members
be
of the,
presenting this item.
I will, Liz.
Okay, Liz.
Okay, I want to, first of all, explain the process a little bit. We usually do this in April, but because of COVID, we've had to delay it, but we did end up with 14 qualified nominations. And from those 14, we have a group from the Classified Consultation Group and from the CSEA Executive Board. That group together selects from the 14, and we pick 1 outstanding classified employee and 4 honorable mentions. The honorable mentions receive a certificate and $500 each, and the outstanding employee receives a certificate and $1,000 and a plaque, name plaque on a perpetual plaque that's in the admin hallway. We make the selection from the nominating form. So I want to thank everybody that took the time to nominate an employee. So even though we know these people in one way or another, we go by the nominating forms to actually make our selection. And so what I'm going to be reading for each one, starting with the honorable mentions, is information from the nominating forms. And I would ask after I announce their name that maybe they unmute themselves and at least say hello so we can see them, if that's okay. So I'm going to start with the honorable mentions. The first honorable mention works in the physical education department. He is a superb employee who has been able to take ideas and bring them to life. He has demonstrated his skills many times, creating useful projects that would otherwise never have happened. Within the department, he has been the resident Canvas expert. Because of his skills and expertise, the department has been able to upgrade many of the old paper and pencil activities to have a more accessible, flexible online format. During the quarantine, he was an important resource to both students and faculty in assisting the department to develop a virtual live fitness center. His mentorship of our Live Fitness Center student interns has proven to be stellar. He provides learning experiences and training that enable the interns to flourish while gaining real-world experience as fitness trainers. While working as a lab teaching assistant in the Live Fitness Center, he's been able to complete his Master of Science degree in kinesiology. He serves on campus hiring committees as the EEOC representative. He is also a member of the Community Emergency Response Team, CERT. He has become an important member of the SBCC Department of Physical Education. So please recognize Diego Ramirez as an honorable mention.
Congratulations, Diego.
Thank you.
Diego, you're there. Do you want to
Yep.
unmute yourself briefly and say hello?
I want to say hello and thank you for the mentioning. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your service to the college.
Diego, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, congratulations. This is a special special honor, and I know the competition for it is significant. So we're proud, and you should be proud. This is very special. Thank you.
The next honorable mention works in the front office at the Wake Center as an SBCC admissions specialist. She is friendly, smart, and always has the best sense of humor. She has a positive attitude toward both students and faculty. During the stay-at-home mandate, she has been the go-to person for staff who need assistance, especially the vitality and jail instructors. Students also admire her as she always receives everyone with a smile. She volunteers at her children's school in Isla Vista. She is a soccer mom and volunteers at her church. She's always taking classes to better herself and make a difference in her personal and professional life. She recently received the Career Skills Institute Equity Certificate. Not enough can be said of her ability to be positive and professional. She never says no to a challenge and always goes above and beyond her call of duty. Please recognize Lydiana Saldana as a 2020 honorable mention.
Congratulations, Lydiana.
Lydiana, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Diana, congratulations from the Board of Trustees. It's a great honor, as I told Diego, and thank you for your service.
Okay, the next honorable mention is a student program advisor in the EOPS department and the coordinator of the Transitions Summer Bridge program. He has offered valuable input to the SBCC administrators while advocating for the most vulnerable and marginalized student population on campus, which is the formerly incarcerated students. He was instrumental in designing and implementing the Transitions program at SBCC in 2008, which is one of the first community college reentry programs for students on parole and probation. Since the inception of the Transitions program, he has worked tirelessly to coordinate this summer bridge program and has touched the lives of over 350 students who have completed the program over the last 10 years. His empathic demeanor and working knowledge of SBCC academic and financial aid policies are a great asset to EOPS students. The students he serves recognize his wealth of knowledge and often sing his praises in the office. He goes above and beyond to serve EOPS students, and his leadership skills are exemplary and authentic. Please recognize Noel Gomez as a 2020 honorable mention. Noel, you there?
Congratulations, Noel.
I'm here.
There you are.
Thank you very much for your service to the college, Noel.
Thank you for the nomination and recognition. I really appreciate it. And congrats to everyone too.
Noel, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, let me thank you for your good work. And you are doing good work in a very important area. So we appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Okay. The next honorable mention works as administrative assistant 2 in educational programs. She's a hard worker, determined, self-motivated, and loves SBCC. She talks about SBCC with great passion, and her motivation is very inspiring to others. She contributes to many events at SBCC with almost no help, but she is always willing to help others and is very selfless. She's helped us set up the faculty in service, the department chair workshop, and the orientation for new faculty. She assists with flex, curriculum, the academic calendar, and manages to be part of the BPAC committee as well. She is always reserved about her work. She's always willing to help others and has great attitude towards her work. She is very involved in the culture of Santa Barbara and is always motivating students, coworkers, or any person that talks to her to be involved in community activities. She is an exemplary employee at Santa Barbara City College. Her determination and perseverance are outstanding. Please recognize Christina Garcia Otero as a 2020 honorable mention.
Congratulations, Christina.
You there, Christina?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm humbled.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone that works along with me at SBCC. I think we're a great community and we're going to get through all this together.
Thank you.
Christina, thank you. Again, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, thank you for your good work. You're obviously doing very good work, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay, at least we're at the Outstanding Classified Employee of the Year. He works in Information Technology Department as a technical service specialist. He is without a doubt one of the most devoted, hardest working, and selfless employees at SBCC. He is one of the main people charged with handling IT support for the majority of the campus events, including board meetings, other meetings, special lectures and events, panel discussions, in-service presentations, film showings, and more. He does it all from setting up microphones, sound systems, cameras, computers, projectors, Zoom meetings, building monitors, installing TVs, and even more. For anything technology related, everyone relies on him to get it done. No problem is too challenging for him. From well-planned events to sudden emergencies, he never lets us down. Indeed, he is on call for tech emergencies from one end of the campus to the other. He's exceedingly prompt, efficient, professional, and one of the greatest problem solvers that ever existed. There have been times when he has come to our office to work on a help desk work order. He explains things thoroughly so there's no confusion. Often when he's in our office, I've asked him an IT question unrelated to what he's working on. If he doesn't know the answer right away, he comes back usually the same day with an answer or resolution to the problem. Nothing is too big or too small for him to tackle. On top of everything, he is extremely pleasant to interact with. He treats everyone from students, staff, faculty, administrators, and community members with the utmost respect and dignity. All in all, he is a definition of a successful, giving, generous, talented man. His devotion to SBCC admirable. His incredible energy is nothing short of remarkable. He is also a truly devoted family man. He's a hands-on dad, extremely proud of his son and his daughter. Please recognize Orrin Fales as the 2020 Outstanding Classified Employee of the Year.
Congratulations, Orrin.
Thank you. It's quite an honor.
Thank you, Orrin.
No, thank you. That was quite a group of people that I was a part of here on this. I do want to say this. I love my job. I love working at SBCC. I can't think of a better thing to do than to be able to help people every day. I do have to say this though, all of those events, all of those things, I have a tremendous amount of support from the rest of the IT department. I have to say a special thank you to Clyde Nelson, who has, since the day he started, been an amazing person to work with. He does the majority of the live stream. I might be the person that you see more often, but he definitely does it. And like I said, none of those things that were just said about me, I would be able to do on my own. So I thank you to the entire IT department for all the help and support that you've always given me. And thank you, everybody. Like I said, I love my job. SBCC is a great place. I couldn't be happier.
So Warren, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, way to go. I mean, this is a huge, huge honor. And in this case, while I have met some of the others who were honored tonight, in this case, we've actually got to work together a little bit. So I can verify that you do super work. You've really been helpful to us in all our meetings, and
thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you
And
very
Robert,
much.
if I can say, Oren, I couldn't be more thrilled, and I thank you and the whole team and Clyde, and if you've ever, those of you that have seen the behind the scenes of a board meeting, and the board truly can't do anything without Oren, the team, and Angie, and you are truly kind and so professional and so helpful, and I can truly tell that you truly love your job, and I even just your humility and just warmth to receive this recognition from your colleagues is so humbling to me, and I love what I do, and it's crazy, and I love that you love what you do, and so when I hear moments like this, like I want to come back and work at SBCC. So thank you for everything you do. It's so well deserved, and congratulations to you and your family for being part of our SBCC family.
Thank you, Veronica.
I just wanted to mention that since this is a virtual awards, the real ones will be mailed to the winners.
Okay. Very
And
good.
thank you very much to the board.
Thank you, Liz, for your presentation today. So we'll now move on to item 5.1, which is consideration to approve the meeting minutes for our meeting on May 14th, 2020 and June 3, 2020. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes for those two meetings?
I move to approve the minutes.
Do I hear a second?
For both meetings.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion, corrections? Hearing none, all those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. So next we will move into reports from communications reports from various departments, and we begin with a report from the Academic Senate. I'll introduce Rayanne Napoleon. Good evening,
Yes.
Rayanne.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I have just a few matters to address with you all tonight. The first one, I wanted to mention that on Wednesday, May 27th, the Academic Senate did hold a special meeting. This was because of the May revisions proposed by the governor and our drastic changes in our funding. At that meeting, we had a lengthy discussion about what to do about our faculty hires. The reason for this is it's Senate purview each fall to go through the different faculty replacement requests or new requests and rank those according to different, each senator gets a vote and we rank them for different, via different metrics. After the Senate ranks the proposed faculty positions, we present it to the superintendent president. At that time, the dean's rankings come forward as well through the, usually presented by the EVP. And then the president moves forward with the hiring process and declares how many we can hire. And then the hiring is done through the spring. This year, we had 6 potential hires. 2 had failed searches. And so we had 4 basically open positions. And with the ever-changing financial landscape that I already mentioned, Dr. Goswami asked me what the Senate wanted to do, whether we wanted to move forward with some and not all of those potential hires in the pipeline, or whether we wanted to consider if that would jeopardize positions for this fall's ranking, fall of 2020. We had a very lengthy discussion. It was a very hard discussion, but we knew it was our responsibility to come up with a recommendation for the superintendent president at that time. So we did recommend at that time for the superintendent president to forego the current positions that we had in the pipeline, and that everything would come back in the fall for re-ranking. This, of course, was not unanimous. Like I said, different senators had different feelings about this, but I do like to report that while it was a hard conversation, we did really good work in that meeting. Dr. Goswami and I met with that, and I relayed that recommendation to him at that time. I also impressed upon him that the Senate wants to be involved in the overall hiring and planning processes for the college holistically, meaning if there's going to be administrators, administrative positions reopened and things like that, that we wanted to be very much part of that process. Dr. Goswami completely understands, is very supportive of that. And actually, even before that official recommendation from the Senate was declared at this special meeting, was already including me as the academic Senate in those conversations and processes. Our next meeting for the Academic Senate, and our only summer meeting, unless there's another special meeting declared, will be on Wednesday, July 15th. We're most likely going to have an extremely packed agenda, following up with some of our regular summer items that we need to address, following up with the C budget and things like that, but also many discussion items for the fall planning, of course. In addition to planning for our July meeting, I'm also at this time organizing what we'll do for our Academic Senate retreat. Typically, the Academic Senate meets the Wednesday before school starts, and we have an all-day working meeting to get ahead of some of the things that we have to do for the academic year. Being that everybody is socially distanced and it's recommended to continue that until that time, an all-day meeting virtually just really isn't a very good idea, I don't think, at least. And so at this time, I'm soliciting feedback from the Academic Senate to see what items we want to do in mini retreats throughout the summer leading up to the school year to properly prepare. Things that I have on my mind are, for instance, inviting James Zavas so that we can go over the budget. Also doing some Brown Act meetings so that everybody is aware of the Brown Act and what we are responsible for as senators for a public meeting. And other senators would like orientation and things like that. So in addition to the work that we're preparing for the academic year, we're also going to be doing some more deep dives into some of our processes and thinking about things that we're responsible for. Because we are a Brown Act committee, of course, these retreats will be open to the public. I'm just mentioning it now in case that you see a lot of these meetings being mentioned throughout the summer to break it up so that we have a little bit throughout that time. That's why we're doing it. This will be our time to work together and come together before the school year starts. I'd like to mention that on Wednesday, June 18th, the Center for Equity and Social Justice, as well as the Department of Communications, had a really amazing panel entitled The America We Know, Thoughts on Racism, Law Enforcement, and Protests. It was a panel discussion that included Black students, staff, administrators, and was moderated by Dr. Dante Newman, a faculty member from the Department of Communication. At that time, Dante shared that he will be having more of these panel discussions with our Black faculty, staff, administrators, and students. And I just want to put a plug in to encourage everybody to attend these. At the June 3rd meeting, when I presented questions from the faculty, many of my questions focused on what actions the board would be taking regarding racial tensions on campus. I know that there is an item today that will be addressing some of this, item 12.1, resolution 18. And I want to mention again that not only is this where faculty's hearts and minds are at, and not just in response to the murder of George Floyd by many police officers, but also because of our history on campus, that we definitely support a resolution like that. But the academic senate feels that we need to do more than resolutions and provide statements. Statements of solidarity are certainly important, but we need actionable things. So for instance, the academic senate has already engaged in conversation with our School of Administration of Justice to have a curriculum review done, hopefully including ethnic study courses, as well as other ethics courses and things like that. I look forward to working with Ann Redding on a statement for the Academic Senate in moving forward with that work. I also want to mention that by virtue of being a California community college, that does not necessarily make us equity focused. We are still a predominantly white institution, and our traditions are steeped in white supremacy and those practices. So it is important to make these statements and resolutions and move forward, but it's also really important to be working towards being an anti-racist institution. During my Academic Senate President's vision that I provided you all on May 14th, I said at that time that I'm looking forward to supporting interdisciplinary, equitable, and anti-racist pedagogy. And I look forward to working with the board, again, not only on this resolution, but all of the action items that are included in that as well. The last thing I'll address with you all is the faculty's effort to switching mostly online for the fall. We've learned very quickly as a faculty body, and some of us already knew this, that remote teaching is not online teaching, and those two things aren't necessarily interchangeable. There's been many faculty members that have dived in very hard to figure out how to humanize their online courses, how to provide an equitable space for their students, and as well as how to have sound pedagogy that is not just replicating what they do in the classroom and slapping it up on a Zoom conference call or using the Canvas page to just house PDFs, but actually provide a really well thought out learning environment that just happens to be online. This is a tall order. And I do want to say that we are doing an excellent job as a faculty body. And I've heard from several different people that we are leading this in the state. And I do hope that that's the case. And from everything that I've observed, I certainly do think that that is the case. Just yesterday, the science division had an all division meeting that focused on how do we get good sound pedagogy in the online lab environment. As you can imagine, teaching a science lab online where you have either dangerous chemicals or specific equipment is not an easy thing to do. And we are already thinking about and planning for the fall on how we can reach our students and have the excellent educational experience that we're all so used to for our students, regardless of the modality, online or face-to-face. So a big shout out to all the faculty members that are working really hard this summer when they're usually vacationing and doing other things to work in this way so that we're ready to go in the fall. I will say one last thing. I want to thank Dr. Goswami for trying to get a retirement reception Friday evening. Unfortunately, it was canceled, but it was really meaningful for at least the faculty members I know to be invited to such a reception. As you can imagine, retiring from a faculty position after a long career of interacting with students and being in a classroom is a bittersweet moment. Many of us, I know, look forward to that last lecture and what it will feel like to stand in front of students and have that last opportunity to talk with them and share their discipline and their love for it. So the fact that faculty couldn't do that this year because of the circumstances that we found ourselves in is just adding another layer of tragedy to our current situation. So I really hope that even though Friday evening got canceled and we can't honor our faculty retirees at this time, or our staff or our administrators, I do really look forward to rescheduling that at a later time so that we can all come together and honor our colleagues. So with that, please let me know if you have any questions.
Rayanne, thank you very much for your comments and informative report on what's going on at the Academic Senate. Sounds like you're all really busy. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Rayanne? And I don't see any. I guess you satisfied the boss.
I had my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Veronica.
You told me to raise my hand. I was trying to follow the rule. Is it
Okay,
good?
there it is.
Oh, good. Thank you, Rayanne. You said a lot in your report and you've been really busy, and I'm sure at some point homeschooling your own kids and doing all the crazy things you're doing in your other role. So the whole faculty conversation with the hiring, I'm sure that was difficult when you're talking about placing teachers in the classroom or not. So that was huge. So I want to say thank you for getting that accomplished. And then also that interdisciplinary lens that you guys want to bring to the criminal justice department, I think that's awesome. I mean, I'm a huge proponent of interdisciplinary learnings. I think it's amazing. I do that with my students with language arts and science, because I love science, but they have to learn to read. So I think that whatever you support you guys need on that, and I think that that's huge, and I think there's a wealth of learning for our students. So I think that those are like the type of innovative things at City College that we're known for, that I think we all get excited about. So thank you, and yeah, keep up the good work. And I agree, I think you guys are leading the online learning thing, and the fact that you know Patricia talked about it, that you're maintaining the standard high. You're saying, wait a minute, we're not going to just slap this on and say, oh, it's online teaching. Like, you guys know what the standard is, and whatever stage we're at, you know that we're shooting for that. And I just think that that's awesome, that there's a continuous striving for what you know is excellent. And that's SBCC. So good job.
Thank you. I would share in Trustee Gallardo's comments. I think as we see the numbers rise, California, in Santa Barbara County, across the country, in terms of COVID-19, I'm becoming more convinced that online instruction is going to be with us for some time. So it's good to know the high level of excellence we are pursuing in that regard. Trustee Haslund, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to support that. I think a college is only as good as its faculty, and we have the best faculty on the planet without a doubt. And I want them to recognize that or understand that we recognize the hard work that has been necessary. I mean, as a former faculty member, I was astounded by what must have been a huge, huge challenge to convert what I'd normally do in a classroom to something online. And that deserves our heartfelt appreciation. When you get together in the summer, one of the thoughts that came to me was, and it has been the case in the past, where faculty will deliberately get together and talk about the future. What does the future do? What does it look like? How would what I am teaching today change with the kinds of futures that we can only anticipate? And that might be a good conversation, embedded in which would be that we have this long 400-year history. How in all of our disciplines does that kind of negative history manifest itself, and what can we do systematically, not because someone is murdered in our streets, but because it's the right thing to do. How do we do that? Anticipating what the future might look like in a curricular fashion, I think would be a really helpful thing to do. So thanks for what you do.
Thank you. Can I just follow up to that, Trustee Miller?
Sure.
Yeah, so two things that came to mind as you were sharing, Trustee Haslin. One, I can't speak for all disciplines, but I know as a scientist, as a chemist, as somebody who teaches lab, when we moved online in the spring and moving into the summer, realizing that we're going to continue teaching this way, I know some of us really took the opportunity to pause and say, okay, we've always taught lab this way. This is what lab looked like for me. This is what lab looked like for the instructors that came before me. And this is what I'm impressing upon my students. But does it have to be this way? What are the learning objectives of lab? What do we need to impress upon students in the lab classroom at least? And can we still do that in the online environment? We know we can't do that the way we know lab, right? Because of all the things I mentioned before, the hazards, the equipment, all of that. So how do we get the learning objectives met for our students in this new way? And even though it was completely disruptive and completely unwelcome, I think some of us are taking this opportunity to say, yeah, we do need to think about this. And maybe when we go back face to face, it won't look like it used to, just because we've had this forced inspection period of our teaching and what we're trying to get across. The other thing I want to share with you, and I'm glad you made me think about it, in this reactionary time to George Floyd's murder and all of the murders that came before that, something that Dr. Christopher Johnson shared during the panel that Dr. Dante Newman moderated. He said, if Black lives, and I'm paraphrasing, if Black lives truly matter, they can't matter in the death of someone. They have to matter in the life of someone. And so as we're working towards becoming anti-racist and working in that direction, we need to think about how healthcare affects Black lives. We need to think about maternity rates. We need to think about, Marsha's mentioned it previously, how COVID is affecting the Black population. And so with that, I just want to say, as we're inspecting our pedagogy and as the board is moving forward with different directions and our administration is, if Black lives matter, that's going to be in our action every time, and not just in reaction to a murder or an unjust death, but also like what is going on with our Black student population on campus, our students of color on campus, and so on. So I really appreciate you saying that and indicating that it shouldn't just be in reaction to, that it should be a lived experience.
If I may, just a follow-up, and it has been a concern of mine for some time, especially with online learning. I am concerned that those who are last in line to acquire a computer, last in line to figure out how it works, may be at a significant learning disadvantage in approaching this way. And they are persons of color and persons whose socioeconomic status is not what mine is. And I want us to just take that into account, that may be some extra steps that are going to be necessary in order to ensure that they get it. That's important.
Yes, the digital divide, as it's called, is something that has been a topic of discussion amongst faculty and our planning. And the foundation has made sure that our students have Chromebooks and what are they called? Hotspots? What are they called?
Hotspots.
Yeah, those things that provide internet. Yeah. So yes, we are thinking about that. But even with those measures, you're absolutely right. There's other components of the digital divide, and we are thinking about those, and we are working towards those. And not just faculty, but in combination and work with our administrators as well.
And my compliments go to Dr. Goswami for making sure that those books, what were they called? Chromebooks, were distributed in an effective way so that people would have, but it doesn't address the bottom line problem, which is I open my Chromebook and now what? Now what? It doesn't do anything for me. And that's the problem that I think we have to confront.
Trustee Croninger, you have a question or a comment?
I just wanted to say, Rayanne, really support your comments, particularly interested in the actions that we take as opposed to the statements that we make. I really agree with that. I am interested in what Academic Senate will come up with. I mean, you've already mentioned a really great idea, and I am interested in other things. And to broaden what you just said about thinking about labs, I have been thinking about the opportunity, which is what you're focusing on, the opportunity that we have to learn and think through how we do things and change them for the better. And if we keep asking ourselves in all the classes, just because this is the way we have taught, this is the way we have graded students, is that impacting our students of color in a way that we hadn't thought about? And are there changes we can make in how we approach those considerations? And I realize we're part of a much larger system when we start talking about grading, but you know, we could lead. So I'm just saying, I really love that you guys are thinking about this. It's one of the reasons I was particularly interested in having a discussion in our retreat to maybe get ideas for actions that folks want to take in their areas.
Trustee Aboud.
Yeah, I just wanted to also thank you for highlighting the statement about we can't just wait for tragedy to do something. It's just such a broken way to run our society, that we wait for something terrible to happen to then do something small usually. You know, then we're like, okay, we're done with it, and you know, we wait till the next one, and you know, cycle continues. And I think that's just like not how we should be doing things at SBCC, and not how I hope we continue to do things. And also, you know, really looking forward to hearing any actions Academic Senate has and every other group on campus, especially our Black faculty and staff. But you know, we need, that's I think one of the highlights of the resolution is it's an effort that has to be all hands on deck, not just any one person. It's everybody's job to be working on this, and we need to, you know, identify that. So thank you for being a partner.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. It can feel like statements after a fact are reactionary and performative, and I think that we'd all like to move out of the performative place and come to an action space, right? So that it is the daily work and the daily lens for which we're thinking about these things and organizing our college.
So Rayanne, thanks again for your comments and report tonight. As you know, we'll be coming back to the important topic of racism and how it's affecting our Black faculty, students, and staff. And I think we have a really good resolution that's been drafted that includes, by the way, not just words, but 7 specific action items. So I'm eager to get us to that point tonight to talk about it. So thanks again. We'll now move on to report by associated students, but I don't think there is anyone to make that report tonight. So we will come back to Liz for her report on classified employees and see if you can top what you've already told us.
Well, that would be hard. However, I do have a minor report. First of all, though, I want to thank Angie. I think this is probably her last meeting if she's retiring on the 30th. And she's helped so much. She's been so great to work with. I really have to thank her for all the service that she has given to Santa Barbara City College. I mean, I can't say enough about that. So Angie, good luck in your future. And I've really enjoyed working with you. So thank you very much. The other thing I want to talk about, since you heard the public comment, that's kind of what we've been working on, both our chapter and our executive committee. And as you noticed in that, we also agree that you can't just make statements. But everybody's at a different point in the process. And so we're trying to decide the best process it would be for getting a work group going. So our executive committee will be meeting as soon as we can find a time when everybody can meet to do that, because we know it's very important. And it's just not, we just don't respond just to actions, but sometimes an action will be a wake-up call. And sometimes you need that. We've had a lot of them in the last months, but sometimes they're very strong wake-up calls. And then you hear about more and it just continues. So anyway, we'll be working on some things we hope will be positive for the staff and the faculty and the students. I also wanted to acknowledge all of the work the staff have done to work remotely. And you talk about the faculty, which is great. They've done a lot, but staff also. I mean, we turned on a dime, went from being on campus to the next day being remotely, and it's taken some work. We also, not only that, but we support the people, the faculty and the administrators that had to go online also. But it's been a lot of work for staff to have to switch over really fast. Even my own department, there's a lot of work to do. There's offices that have handed out the Chromebooks in the hotspots, the library. So you have to acknowledge all the staff have done to turn on a dime and go from working on campus to being remote really quickly and still giving service to the college and to the faculty, the students, and the other staff members and the members of the public when they need to. And we'll be now working on next steps of, if it's possible to reopen to somewhat, but there's a lot of work to do there. And also for maybe getting some changes in work duties to support areas that need more support and some areas that don't. So there's a lot of work for us to do, but I want to acknowledge all the work the staff have done in this move to remote learning or online learning. So thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Any questions or comments? Peter.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I wouldn't want my earlier accolades directed toward faculty to exclude the group of people who support virtually every aspect of what the faculty do. It is second to none, and I would be remiss if I didn't say something.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, I echo with Peter. I mean, I've heard from just the advisors how, if anything, this has created like more access with the students in some way, that they are like literally like, well, through Zoom or whatever modality, but like people are just literally sitting somewhere, I don't know where, and just talking to students all the time. And so that's a big cognitively exhausting thing to do, you know, when you also you're at home with your own family and your own responsibilities. And so I think the classified staff have definitely picked up a huge piece of all the behind the scenes of the bigger system that makes all this work together. And so without the classified staff, the students couldn't get to, you know, the classroom end of it. So I think that that's huge. And
thank you.
Everybody's finding some time to relax a little bit now.
Well, I don't know. Hopefully that will come.
Maybe a day or so every couple of days.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thanks again, Liz. And we're now going to move on to item 6.5, which was the report from our superintendent president, Dr. Goswami.
Thank you, Trustee Miller, members of the board. I think I will acknowledge what has been acknowledged before, that we, at the end of this month, will be losing a number of employees. We tried to have a last goodbye if possible. And actually, about 18, 19 people said that they were going to attend. So if we could have pulled it off, it would have been a good event. Unfortunately, we couldn't. So we will try to do it in the future and find a way to say, you know, goodbye and acknowledge their hard work and their contributions to the campus and the district. That said, I'm in the process of losing, you know, several important people in my staff. Angie is going to leave. Paul Bishop is going to leave. Melissa is going to leave. So I'll be operating with very, very thin ranks for the next few months. So if you see our hairs, you know, going up, perhaps, you know, that might be an indication of that. I wanted to update folks about the transition plans. For the School of Extended Learning, for the time being, it's going to report to me. So I will meet with the managers and have weekly managers meeting and direct the operations. But we will be opening up a search for that vice president very shortly, because it is something we cannot operate without leadership being housed there. IT, we will be eliminating the VP position. And today in the agenda, you have a request to create a new position, which is the executive director. And our hope is that because of reorganization, we'll be able to appoint somebody from within to be the executive director for IT in a short period of time. And for Angie's, we are in the process of looking for a replacement, and the committee is, have started the interview process, and we are going to have final interviews next week. People have been working at various parts of the institution on a return to work protocol. And even though we have determined that we are going to offer some courses face-to-face, there are no state guidelines yet. This afternoon at about 3:30, I saw a note from the Chancellor's office that the work group produced some instructions. I quickly glanced through them, and they appear to be very, very general. So it really doesn't give us much guidance in terms of what needs to do. It basically tells us what we already knew. So our plan is that we will wait for some guidance to come from the state. But if it doesn't, then around July 15th or so, we will submit our plan to the county that this is what we're planning to do, and ask them to sign off on that plan. And that's what various parts of the campus district have been working on as to how to safely return to work. I have good news to share with the board and the campus community that our budget picture has improved significantly since the deal was reached between the legislature and the governor. So at a minimum, our budget picture has improved by $6.5 million. So that's why we had to bring entirely new budget documents to the board meeting today, and that has been distributed to the board members and will be uploaded during the meeting. So you'll see some new numbers in the budget discussion. I've been very sensitive to thinning the ranks of faculty and staff just because it was convenient, because they retired and we just didn't fill the position. But strategically, we need to make sure that if there is a need at various places, we need to hire the right people, and if the right people comes along, we should make that hire. So one of the things I have decided, and Rayan mentioned it about the discussion we had with the Academic Senate. Thank you, Academic Senate, for understanding where we were 3 weeks back, 4 weeks back. But today we are in a slightly better position. So we will go ahead and hire the two faculty members that were budgeted for the next year, because we don't want to thin the ranks of faculty too much. Ultimately, when there is a need, and when there are some departments when there is no faculty, we really need to, given a chance, we should hire the faculty. So I will go ahead and start the process of hiring a couple of faculty. Now, one of the things, I will let Paul, given his last board meeting, to speak a little bit about a project that we have been working, or the IT has been working for a long time, and that's going to come to fruition in July, where we migrate to cloud. And that will bring us extremely long-term savings to the institutions as the years come by. So Paul, would you say a few words about the migration to cloud?
Sure. But first, I'd like to say it's been a pleasure working with all of you. I've known most of you for many years now, and it's been an adventure. We've gone through a lot of interesting scenarios that who would ever thought that these things would happen to us. But in the end, I think the reason I love working at a community college is that the students are our first priority. And I always felt the most reward working in a community college. Well, now for the good stuff. For 2 years now, we've been working with Oracle to move our Oracle database, which is the foundation for our student and ERP system. So all our student system, our HR system, our financial system is an integrated package that sits on a large Oracle database. And 2 years ago, Oracle came to us and said, we really want people to use our cloud infrastructure, and we're willing, if you would be our first community college, we're willing to cut your annual spend in half with Oracle. It was a big project. It's a lot of work, but to reduce that half of that spend was about $150,000 a year. We felt it was worthy of our efforts, and so we began migrating into the Oracle Cloud. There's other advantages too, besides just saving money. Obviously, in the Oracle Cloud, we get the latest and greatest Oracle technology. We get to interact with the Oracle people themselves that will help, design and maintain our ERP system in a more secure. We're getting all the bells and whistles, all the security pieces that we could never afford in the past will be part of our new student system in the cloud. And after 2 years of hard work, July 17th, 18th, and 19th, we'll be migrating over to all that what's in the cloud, and we'll be turning off the system that sits on-prem. Well, we probably won't turn it off right away. We'll wait a few weeks to make sure everything is 100%. And the reason that the project is so difficult is that we have so many third-party systems that interface to our Oracle database for Banner in the cloud on-prem. So it's not just Banner, the student system we have to worry about. There's separate financial aid systems and counseling systems and all these other pieces that are integrated. So it's a pretty big lift, and our staff has been working overtime diligently to test all these third-party apps to make sure everything's going to work seamlessly, faster, more reliability. So we're all excited. And the only thing I'm sorry for is that it was supposed to happen before I retired, but I missed it by a few days. So I want to thank the IT staff that have worked on this project. They've done great work. I think it'll be a tremendous success, and I'm looking forward to that week of June 20 or July 20 to see the results of all that hard work. So I want to say thanks to the team.
Thank you, Paul. And I'd also like to give Melissa a chance to say a few words about the immediate plans for the School of Extended Learning before she leaves.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to thank you, Dr. G, for being so supportive of extended learning and for moving forward to replace the position. I think that means a lot, and it indicates to the community and to our staff and faculty your unwavering support for extended learning. I think that's really important. I appreciate that so much. I just want to thank the team. We had a great 3-year run. What a great job my team did. And, we're just going to keep on moving forward. And, when all this COVID stuff passes and we're able to get back face to face, we're going to continue to grow. And so it's been an honor to serve SBCC these last 13 years. And I wish you all well. Thank you so much.
So one of the things that I'm taking on with the School of Extended Learning is that I am getting interested and got a little primer on their admissions process, because that was the topic of conversation several times, that it's difficult or cumbersome. And so I got myself educated on what the process is. And so we are almost there because it has been improved to a much shorter form. So I think with a little bit of tweaks here and there, by the time we start enrolling people, may not happen by August, but I think certainly by September, October, we'll certainly have the platform and the forms in a much better shape. And finally, to conclude, I'd like to clarify probably the impression that people might have taken based on the conversations that we had at the board meeting last time around, because we talked about some enrollment numbers for athletes and things like that. Basically, the gist of my comment is that the enrollment numbers that you see in those classes does not reflect the true state of what the athletes are. So, for example, soccer, you'll still see 0, even though we have more students who are willing to play soccer than the number of seats available in soccer. So soccer students get to enroll only after the coach says that you are in the team. So as a result, at that point, they enroll in the class. So similarly, same thing happens for football and some of the other sports. That those are classes that are guaranteed for them, so they don't really enroll as prior to registration. And so there are quirks in terms of how students enroll in their athletic classes. So when you simply look at the how many people have enrolled in a particular class, it doesn't give you a picture of the state of the team. So it's similar to saying that looking at our enrollment and asking how many people we have admitted. How many people we have admitted is much larger than how many people have actually enrolled today. And same thing with some of the athletic programs. So we do have overflowing interest in all our athletic programs. And I would have heard from my coaches that if we're really at 0, I'd have heard it long time back. And that is not the case. I just want to clarify that. I don't want public to have the impression that students are not enrolling in those programs. That concludes my report.
I don't initially see any hands raised, but I would just like to add my thanks and appreciation to Paul Bishop and Melissa Marino for their outstanding service to Santa Barbara City College. Paul, you deserve an enjoyable retirement. As I mentioned before, if you have travel plans, I'm hoping you can get to them soon.
I'll just travel to the backyard.
Okay. And Melissa, best of luck to your travel up north to Skyline College, and that's in San Mateo County, correct?
Yeah.
So you're taking on a huge new role in your life and a major advancement. So all the best wishes to you.
Thank you.
I see that Peter Hasland has raised his hand. Peter?
Thank you. My question really is for Paul Bishop. Some years ago, maybe 12 years ago, we had a relationship with Oracle that ended in a, well, not so pleasant divorce. Would you comment on how the status of that separation has and might affect our future relationship with them? And to what extent are we, once we have made this shift, to what extent are we then committed to making use of Oracle as opposed to any other service?
Interesting question, Peter. Many, many years ago, actually it's longer than 12. It was about, 16, 17, it was 1999 that the college entered into agreement with Oracle. At the time, Oracle was trying to develop their own student system. And so they took a system that was at a university in Australia and thought they could modify it to work in the US. And they sold it to a bunch of colleges on the basis that if they helped develop this package, then they would get a reduction in cost based on future sales to other schools. And Oracle was unable to make that happen. And so all the colleges that were a part of that group went out and did RFPs for other systems. And we went with SCT's Banner package, but the interesting thing is it sat on an Oracle database. So even though we didn't go with the Oracle student system, which was their software that sat on an Oracle database, we picked a vendor who also used the Oracle database and only the Oracle database for their package. So even though we got rid of the Oracle student system, we still had Oracle on the back end, and we still do today. And Banner still only runs on Oracle. So as long as we keep the same system we have now, we're stuck with Oracle.
Thank you, Paul, for that explanation. Trustee Croninger.
Well, I was going to make comments later in the meeting, but I just wanted to add to the thank yous to Paul, known you as long as I've been here, and I know you have many more years with the college where you've been really a great part of moving us forward. Gosh, think back to when you started and what our technology must have been then. So, and Melissa, you have done wonders for School of Extended Learning. As you know, I think it is so important for our relationship with the community and our ability to serve the community. And I thank you for that and wish you the best. You're going to a college that I understand is basic aid, so we're all jealous. Which means you don't have the budget problems we have. And Angie, gosh, you have been so wonderful through the years. So many presidents and so many board members, and you help us all. You really have been so important to us, and I just want you to know we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Okay. That's all the hands I see raised, so we will move on to item 7.1, the consent calendar. Tonight, the consent calendar consists of 8.1 through 8.5. 9.2, it does not include 9.1. We'll come back to that after the consent calendar. But it does include, in addition, 10.1 through 10.6. Are there any requests to remove any items from the consent calendar?
Well, just
Croninger?
Did you include 8.1?
Yes, I did. 8.1 through 8.5.
Just a special mention that we're saying goodbye to a bunch of faculty, and their names appear on that list. And somehow the idea of having it on a consent calendar when I really don't want to consent, if you catch my drift, I just feel like we're saying goodbye to people who've been part of the family, and that deserves just an extra mention.
Thank you, Peter. Trustee Croninger, did you have a request for removal?
Well, let me first say that I heartily concur with Peter. There's something more to this than just consent. We actually would rather not consent, but we will miss you, all of you, faculty, staff, everyone. My question is, under independent contractor agreements, we have a really large number for the Lundgren contract. And to a degree that I guess I would normally expect to see it as a contract and not just listed. So I'm wondering if we are seeing a subset of a larger contract we've already seen and approved, or is this a new contract?
I can answer that whenever's appropriate. If now's the time, I'll answer now.
So
Do you want a motion to approve, Robert? So
Well,
the,
it's just a question. It doesn't necessarily have to be removed. I think it-
no, I'm just saying so we can move into the discussion and the questions.
well, you have an information request. So you're not actually requesting its removal yet, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so maybe Lindsay could respond.
Sure, I can do that. So last year, it was a year ago now, we changed this process with our approval of contracts. So any vendors that sign off on our boilerplate legal contract for a agreement with us goes on this PO report. So it means that Lundgren signed off on our boilerplate contract that we always use. They didn't request a special contract with us that we would have brought to the board as its own agenda item. So that's number one, why it's falling on the PO report and not coming as its own item. Secondarily, that dollar amount is large. We have been bringing that type of contract for Lundgren to the board in small pieces. However, that has been about what we've been spending a year with Lundgren. So the board may not have noticed that the dollar amount is large when you look at it for an entire year at once. We were trying to be more efficient by bringing it for next year all in one time. There is one more thing I would like to mention about that contract. We are going to do something slightly different with the Lundgren projects going forward for next year. The PO report shows that it is paid for out of the unrestricted general fund. We did that as a placeholder because when the projects actually start, Lundgren oversees project management of specific projects that are primarily strong workforce or Perkins funded or funded by other grants or categorical funds. And we will be charging Lundgren's project management fees to those projects because they are specifically doing work on those projects. The district at this time doesn't have any unrestricted general fund or even construction funded projects going on. They're all projects that are being funded from categoricals and grants. So we will be charging that dollar amount to those grants throughout the year.
Okay, well, that's really good to know. Is there a quick list of what projects they're working on that are covered by this 400,000 or roughly 400,000?
There is, I have it sort of handy. If you, I could have Dr. G give it to you. They're primarily, I know the most current one that's going to be happening is in the culinary program. But I don't know the rest off the top of my head.
So is that funded out of what?
Strong workforce.
It's
almost all strong workforce.
Okay. All right. Well, I know that we had rearranged what we see and how we see it, and I just thought there was a dollar amount limit as well to that process, so that we would see the big ones. And
yeah, we did not create a dollar amount process to that.
Okay. Okay, that's my question.
Okay, well, do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent calendar and a second. Is there any discussion?
I want to say thank you to all the individuals on 8.1. And there's so many people here and I don't get to work with all of them. Certainly the coaches are there, Coach Moore, Kathy Adams, for those of you that know Kathy Adams, a huge, amazing, proponent. She works access and equity on her every day to work. Know Kathy for many years, and she's just such a champion for transfer students. she knows so much about the transfer process. She literally sits, if you're going to apply to UCLA or Haas, you make an appointment with her and you sit down and she goes through the application to make sure that you've checked off everything for UCLA or the Haas School of Business or some of those schools. Sheila Wiley, English skills. Annette Cordero was actually a professor when I was an English major here on campus. And then I got to be her son's master mentor teacher when he was getting his teaching credential. So that was kind of a full circle kind of neat thing. And obviously we have Andrew, who just went with us through so much transition of the School of Extended Learning, through the many phases it went through. And Melissa, poor Melissa, I felt like I was like the gum on the bottom of her shoe, because dual enrollment and all the CTE and the GED programs that came under her umbrella. And so I just want to thank her for being so gracious, because I literally felt like I was the gum on the bottom of your shoe, just with so many but the parents and the community were so appreciative, and everybody, there was nothing but, okay, great, thanks. And so thank you, because that's a messy world. You're dealing with parents, you know, and I never heard from anyone in your office like, oh, those helicopter parents. And I thought that that was, you know, good, because sometimes, you know, us parents get a little annoying to people. So thank you for your work there. And gosh, I'm looking at this list and there's so many. I worked obviously with Paul Bishop, because he just did so much of the work that this board does. And Paul, your whole department, guys are just cool people. Like, you're just great people to be around. Guys are level-headed, you're never frazzled. And I think you're always working on a different part of the brain than I work in sometimes. So I always appreciate it. Just your peace, your calmness, and your perspective on everything, and just it's gonna be okay, we're moving on, this is SBCC. Never got to go bowling with you guys, but you know, maybe during retirement now. And then obviously Angie, I can't say enough about Angie because I'll start crying, but when you have, gosh, the awesome privilege of working with Angie, and certainly I think sharing the board for the year that I did, it was like crazy, and people are like, why are you doing this? And you know, I just, where the Lord calls, the Lord provides, and he certainly provided you, Angie, and you were such a blessing. And
Thank you.
My whole family is so grateful for you. So you and I will go get lunch or breakfast or something.
Definitely.
And oh gosh, Marta Lizalde's on here. Marta and I were EOPS student advisors together years ago, and I get her phone call every year with the adult ed graduation, and she's just a great gal. And every time I see her, I'm like, you look the same, you haven't changed. And so the list goes on as I go through all these people, and I just want to say thank you. You guys have all collectively made such a huge impact on the teaching and learning and the trajectory of our families in Santa Barbara. And that work hasn't gone unnoticed. And people in the community know your names. It's such a small town, and being in the classroom, just to know that parents know somebody that knows somebody, and it's usually one of you. And so good luck. And it's a small town, so I'm sure we'll be seeing each other. And if I'm ever in the Bay Area, if COVID ever goes away, I'll see Melissa up there one day. So guys, have a great time.
Trustee Haslam, do you have a comment or question?
I do. I was reluctant to do exactly what Veronica just did, out of a sense of fear that I'd miss somebody. So my comment is to do exactly what Veronica did for all the people not mentioned. And I know them, and they're wonderful people. And therefore, our consent vote should probably be interpreted by them as, to pick up on Marcia's comment, a lack of consent, because we are going to miss them.
Trustee Parker.
Yes, I think this is an appropriate time to chime in now. And I have to echo everybody's comments. That's a long list. It's a huge loss to the college. I wish everybody the very best in their futures. I hope it's a lot brighter than it seems right now. I have to give a special shout out to Elizabeth Bowman, the library director who's retiring, as she was my boss when I was an adjunct librarian at SBCC. And also to Annette Cordero, because of course she and I worked together for years at the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees. Just amazing people to work with. And then for Paul and for Melissa, you are going to be so missed. I mean, thank you so much for the direct information and work that, you know, obviously you're doing it for the whole community, but your interface with the board has just been tremendous. So appreciate that. And like Veronica, I have to be careful about Angie because Angie, you handhold your idiot new board members as they come on and have so much to learn. And I cannot thank you enough for helping me as the newest board member right now to onboard me. And I know that you do that for everybody, and you just make us, we couldn't function without you. I don't know how we will function without you. We just so appreciate you and the service that you've given. All the best to you. We will miss you so much.
Trustee Abud.
I just need to pile on and just mention Angie as well. Like, I don't think there would be a board of trustees without her. I know that she's always reminding me to do things I haven't done that I need to. And just when I was a 22-year-old just getting on the board, she was a great person to just have to ask questions to. And yeah, I'm gonna really miss you and hope you wish you the best in retirement. I know it's gonna be a great time. But thank you so much for holding it together. There really wouldn't be a board of trustees without Angie's work.
So I was saving my comments for later about Angie, but since Angie seems to be the topic at the moment, I want to throw in my hearty thanks to all the help she's giving me in the last year and a half as president of the board, and before that as a new trustee, as Kate mentioned. I understand that she has served 7 presidents. So we're losing somebody with tremendous institutional knowledge. And, her last 20 years has certainly been critical to the success of Santa Barbara City College, even though I only know that from the standpoint of the last 2.5 years. She's done great work. She's kept me organized. She's told me when I'm calling the votes wrong and how to do them right. So I've always appreciated that. So good luck in retirement, Angie, and hope you enjoy it to the fullest.
Thank you. Thank you all for your kind words. Thank you.
Okay. I see your hand still up, Jonathan. Did I cut you off or did you just not? There we go. Okay. So I guess we had a motion. It was seconded and we had discussion. I don't think we voted. So all those in favor of the consent calendar, say aye.
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 And are there any nays? Hearing none, the motion passes. We will now move to item 9.1, stipend amendments. And this is as I understand it, information only. And I believe that Vice President Ralston will discuss the item for us.
Certainly, this is just an amendment and a correction to the number of hours that we had previously stipulated in relationship to these stipends. And so this was cosmetology faculty being compensated for their work to move that incredibly amazing program into an online environment for spring. So we brought to the board last month under Dr. Moreno's direction a set of stipends. And so we just needed to come back and correct the number of hours. And so it's a reduction from what you've seen previously.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or concerns, comments? Thank you, Vice President Ralston. And with that, we will move on to item 11.1, the tentative budget. And let me just say before I turn this over to Dr. Goswami and Lindsay for presentation that we've had I don't know how many times the tentative budget's been before us, but it seems like the budget in one way or another has been before us almost every meeting for the last 6 months or more. So I'm hoping that tonight we can focus our questioning and comments on changes, additions to what we have seen previously. I know that Dr. Goswami has some things to explain to us about the recent agreement between the governor and the legislature, and he's already touched on that. But I hope we could focus our discussion on what is new and what may have been added, although inevitably there may be questions about things we didn't discuss before, but I'm hoping we can avoid repeating what we've discussed in the past. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Goswami.
Thank you.
May I just ask a quick question before you start, Dr. Goswami? Are the documents that are attached in board docs up to date at this point?
And
yeah. And that you asked that question because there were new ones distributed by email this afternoon. So you're wondering whether
I have not updated those yet.
Okay, I will look for the mouse bar. Thanks.
we were working on it till fairly late, trying to make sure, reproducing, a document like this for accuracy is important. We were working for a long time to make it happen, and I really didn't do much. It's Lindsay and her team and James. I think what Lindsay you can do is give a broad overview of what changes we made from the one that was in the packet, and then we'll go through a presentation.
Is there a way we can see it? Because I can't see it.
Yeah, I'd like Clyde to pull up the PowerPoint if he could for me. That's the item I'd like to go through. There are 3 attachments in total, but the PowerPoint has a summary of the other attachments. So we can start with that. And as Trustee Miller said, I'm prepared to go over the changes. As you mentioned, we have gone through this in quite detail, and there were not a lot of changes from last time. So I'll get started. You guys ready?
Ready.
Okay, thank you. So as Dr. Goswami mentioned earlier, we did have all of our agenda items attached for this board meeting based on the May revise. And it's pretty common that right at the end of June here, we're waiting for the final information of what the budget's going to be. And sure enough, just 3 days ago, the governor and assembly and Senate leadership were able to reach an agreement around the final spending plan for next year. And of course, it had additional changes to our budget that were very positive. So we can be happy. This is good news for a change. Thrilled to have some good news. The adjustments, we just have high level information at this point. We don't have a detailed analysis of all of the trailer bill language, but the high level information we have right now is that they rejected the May revision of the apportionment cuts. That's what Dr. G already mentioned. That means that $6.5 million that we had in the budget as a reduction to our revenue, we were able to take out of our tentative budget, sorry. So that gives us an additional $6.5 million. So that's great news. And some other changes were that the cuts they were planning on doing to various categoricals and grants are not going to be cut. And instead, they're increasing the deferrals that are coming to us. But as we've discussed before, we have pretty healthy reserves, and we'll be able to make it through with these higher deferrals. So that's the high level, and we'll breeze through this PowerPoint where these changes are noted. Clyde, go ahead. I kind of already covered the first couple of slides here. Go ahead. So on this slide, I'll clarify a little bit more. So that first bullet is the $6.5 million that I mentioned. So they eliminated that reduction in our revenue. There hasn't been COLA included in the budget since the last time we talked, so no change there. No growth funding, no changes there, but they did eliminate the cuts to the categoricals. So the deferrals, there are 2 different aspects to those deferrals. The total deferrals for Santa Barbara City College we're estimating based off the 1.4 billion they have told us will be about 16 million for us. However, of that 16 million, 8.7 may not be deferred if if the the Congress does approve a fourth stimulus package by October 1st. So it could go down to 7.3 million in deferrals for us from that 16 million. So that's what that item means. And the deferrals are going to be February through June of next year, and then they would pay us back in the following year. So the other interesting piece that came just recently to us is this last bullet here, talking about how the Assembly bills or Senate bills included language that prohibit community college districts and school districts from terminating permanent or probationary classified staff who hold positions in nutrition, transportation, or custodial services. So that's some big news that's reassuring to employees in those areas. You can go to the next slide for me, Clyde. These assumptions have not changed from last time at all. You can go to the next slide. And these are also the same as last time, so you can go to the next slide, Clyde. I highlighted here in blue the items that changed with our transfer assumptions. So based on the discussion we had at the last board meeting, we had previously listed a $200,000 transfer from the unrestricted general fund to the construction fund for emergency repairs. And based on our updated ending fund balance in the construction fund and discussion with the board, we removed that transfer because there is enough money in the in the construction fund to cover those emergency repairs that we normally have to transfer over. So that was a reduction in a $200,000 transfer. And then the last bullet item, again, per the board's last discussion in our last board meeting, we are transferring in these in this tentative budget from the construction fund $1.5 million back to the unrestricted general fund that was earmarked for the La Playa turf replacement project. And you'll see that as we go a few more slides, you'll see how the numbers flush out with that and the transfers and the construction fund balances. Go ahead, Clyde. Yep, go again. So here I'll just do a quick high level reminder and point out that on the near the bottom, we have the net change in fund balance. That's our deficit of $2.3 million. So for all the folks following along with our budget presentations, it's really hard to understand and keep track of which numbers keep changing and how we're getting to where we're at. I'll remind us that we were talking originally about a $10 million deficit, and with the decision to transfer $1.5 million from the construction fund for the turf project back into the unrestricted general fund, that was going to bring us to almost a $9 million deficit. But now we have built in the increase in revenues of $6.5 million. So now we've got ourselves down to a $2.3 million deficit. So large swings and changes with this deficit. We did not change any other substantial figures to get to this new deficit that we are landing at for the tentative budget here of this 2.3 million. And also you can see at the end that our net fund balance in the unrestricted general fund is now at 20.7 million. So that's dramatically different than some of the figures we've been looking at before. All right, next slide, Clyde. And this is a slide we customarily have that you can now see that we're above the minimum board reserve balance of the 19.8. So we're almost $1 million above the balance that is required for the board policy. Next slide. So just one moment on this slide. This was a newer one that we had showed last time that shows our capital projects fund details of the reserve balances by major project. And that first line item under construction fund, the construction line, we are no longer transferring any money in. So we will just use the 2.3 million that is available there to do any emergency repairs. That means we have about $326,000 available because our required board policy minimum level is $2 million for this fund. So that's one change there since last time. And then the other change is you see the $1.5 million coming out of the La Playa turf replacement line, going back into the unrestricted general fund, which leaves us just a small $350,000 left for La Playa. And that will not be enough funding to do that project as we would hope to do next summer. Next slide, Clyde. And then just a recap of what the fund balances look like. You can see now that our general fund, the blue bar, is now above, just above the $19.8 million board minimum required fund balance. So some good news there to see this turnaround for us. And last slide. And we bring to the board the 5-year fiscal projections. There is an attachment with these in a more detailed format, a few pages of information. This is just a summary. It's very preliminary for us to be doing multi-year projections. So this is just a high-level start at what potentially our projections could look like going out future years. We will be bringing back to the board over the summer months and up to the adopted budget, more detailed 5-year fiscal projections. This is just a high-level look to see where we're estimating at this point in time with the limited knowledge we have for the how the budget will roll out for us this year and into future years. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Lindsay. Dr. Goswami, do you have any further comments to add before we go to board questions?
I think one point I need to make clear that based on the parameters of the new agreement, that we had a discussion about furloughs and things like that at the last board meeting. So those are basically off the table.
Made possible by the good news we received. Yeah, that's good to know. That's good to know. So that's it's a huge advancement to go from a $10 million hole to a $2.5 million, less than a $2.5 million hole, and that is certainly welcome, I'm sure, by all the trustees. Trustee Croninger, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I appreciate that you guys have really worked hard to put all this together. My first concern is that we really haven't had a chance to look at it. I appreciate Lindsay's presentation, but I am uncomfortable that we would approve a budget that just came in today that neither the public nor the campus has seen. We have not had a chance to absorb. So my preference fundamentally would be to adopt the budget we had with a proviso that we will revise the tentative budget after, like at the next meeting when we have a chance to discuss it. So I throw that out. To set the context, I would like to let you know, I mean, I have a number of questions still because I studied the stuff we had in hand. But I talked with Jonathan Lightman, who is the league's consultant for budget matters. And for 20 years before this, he was the person who worked for the Faculty Association statewide on these matters. He has tremendous budget expertise. He lived through the last recession and he lived through a great many of these issues before. And our conversation, his advice was not particularly optimistic. He said, this is really serious. He said, and a very, very sober review is needed of your budgets with expectations as realistic as possible. He said we should not be hiring, that the Democrats, you have 3 choices in our situation: tax, cut, or fudge. The Democrats are not trying to raise money here. They're not even thinking that that's really, other than nibbling around the edges, that that's possible. We are in round 1, which is the deferrals, which is mortgage our future. Round 2 will be August, which is fine tuning what was just done. Round 3 will be January 21, January of 21. And should the federal money not come through, and I can't say I have great confidence given the way Washington behaves, or other factors, we have done all there is to do with deferrals. We have exhausted that option. And that will be followed by really, really big cuts. And he said, and this is his words to me, you need to be very, very, very conservative. Now, it's likely that revenue this year will be somewhat above that $54.3 billion projection, because we're talking about taxes on last year, 2019. 2019 was a good year, but we may have millions of people who can't afford to pay those taxes because they're not employed. My phone gets little notices of new stories at different newspapers and so forth. And I just got one earlier during our meeting, I noticed, which was, let me see what they said. Los Angeles Times, new alarms raised as California coronavirus hospitalizations jumped 32% in 2 weeks. In the previous 1918 pandemic, if you didn't shut down fast enough, you didn't stay shut down long enough, and you reopened and had to shut down again, it was not just a matter of more people dying, which was the case. It was also a matter of it damaging the economy. Far worse for those locations, those cities, and they've studied the different cities that did what we in California and the United States seem to be doing, which is now not shutting down long enough, opening back up, and never having captured that so-called first wave. So the economics of that, and this is something Jonathan was brought up, was not optimistic. So for me, I think we still have to be very, very, very conservative. And I had asked, and I don't know whether the email got to Robert Nuttall or went someplace else. But anyway, I'd asked if we could talk about the cash flow, because the big thing happening here now is the other 8.7 million deferral. And that's just a huge number. I mean, Jonathan was trying to wrap his head around it still. So I think that when I studied the cash flow before, what is striking here is how quickly it's been dropping, how quickly our numbers, like, and I have to use the old ones because I haven't got a picture of the new ones, but the new ones are not all that different as far as I can tell. We start with the beginning cash of 33 million, and we wind up with an ending cash of 15.3 million. That's a huge drop. And if you look at 3 years worth of the all funds money, in 1920, we dropped 9.2 million. In 2021, we dropped 12.3 million. And in 21-22, we would be projecting dropping 23 million. I mean, these numbers of cash, as we have explained them, are going way down. So I have specific questions about the cash flow and about the budget, but I just wanted to start with that context. I mean, this is still very, very serious. I do not think we can afford not to be very concerned about how this is going to play out and what we are relying on to generate these future dollars. So the board said it wanted to be a committee of the whole on the budget. I'm asking that we seriously consider these issues and some of the specific questions as well.
Dr. Goswami, is this a conservative budget?
It is not optimistic in a sense that we haven't inflated any kind of numbers. I mean, we have to take the state as what the state is going to tell us they're going to give us. So we have just gone with that. So I wouldn't consider it to be a optimistic scenario. It is the scenario that the state has given to us. Yeah, I mean, no, there are people all over the place who will say the stock market is going to go to zero or whatever it is, but no, I'm not in the habit of listening to, because if it is that important, CCLC could put it up in their website. This is our guidance, but it is not. So I'm not ready to rely on somebody who's outside of this institution to tell us what to do.
Well, we had a letter from Larry Gazzilio about being very conservative, recommending that. It was a letter very similar to the one we received when the student funding formula first came through, and we thought, wow, we're going to get a whole lot more money. And we got the letter that said budget conservatively, and frankly, we didn't. And that has contributed to where we are now. So we have another one of those letters, and I respect them for telling us that. I think it's important advice.
I mean, to me, this is a conservative budget in the sense that we are doing exactly what the state is telling us that that they're going to give us, and we have not. We are cutting our expenditures significantly. We haven't increased any of our expenditures. Only thing that has changed is that the state revenue has gone up because it'll be deferred. But as you can see in our cash flow statements, we will still end up with $49 million cash available. Yeah, clearly, it's 1 year at a time. 1 year at a time. Next year, who knows what the scenario is going to be. So, but we will deal with whatever scenario is given to us. But at the same time, as you can see, we have not tried to expand our salaries and benefits over the next 4 or 5 years. So we are not going on a hiring spree in the next 4 or 5 years, unless things change significantly. And for that to happen, we must get growth money and increases in the apportionment rate. Those have not been factored into our 5-year forecast. So we are still going with the apportionment rate that we get right now. So I mean, I'm not prepared to adopt a doomsday scenario. It doesn't do any good for the institution to adopt a doomsday scenario. But it is a scenario that we have in front of us in terms of what we got from the state. And we're doing exactly that. And we're not spending the money in places where it doesn't belong.
Trustee Parker, you had your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. And let me lower my hand while I'm thinking about it. Thank you. And I appreciate everybody's comments so far. I agree with Trustee Croninger that absolutely we have to stay conservative. I really appreciate that with this budget that we're actually still holding on to the board recommended reserve, which is super difficult to do in this type of situation. And so I appreciate that it's there for us next year when I think that we will be in cutting mode again next year. And I appreciate that we will respond even as this year moves along, as we see changes. It's not like the budget is always a responsive living document, and we will make changes as we go along as we need to. I would not be comfortable voting on the previous tentative budget. I would be fine with holding a special meeting if we needed to, if we feel like as a board that we and the public need more time to analyze this because, due to the last minute nature of what goes on with the governor and state legislature, that it just wasn't done until this evening. And what else would I say about it? I appreciate that we are still on track to close up over time our deficit spending. And Dr. Goswami, you talked about taking it 1 year at a time, but I recognize that big picture, it's not 1 year at a time. We have a goal to move out of deficit spending to stay within our budget. And so I appreciate that that is still on track.
I agree with that comment. Trustee Nielsen, did you have a comment?
Yes, I did. This is really, really good news, but I do agree that we still need to be very conservative, especially when we're looking at an unknown quantity of dollars of deferrals, which could be really significant. And if it should get really bad, those aren't going to get paid. So in any kind of a timely way, and that will really hurt. So I would just simply ask Dr. Goswami or advise him that we are thinking conservatively. And he did mention that we don't have to do the furloughs. And I think that's absolutely wonderful. But what we do have to be concerned about is efficiency and productivity so that we can get where we need to be with the balanced budget instead of continually spending into the reserves. So, I'm not going to get in the weeds and tell them to furlough or not furlough, but the goal here is to be efficient so that we do get to a budget that is not deficit spending. So I'm sure he's capable of looking at that, and I have every belief that he will. And this is a welcome relief, at least for the time being.
Trustee Gallardo, do you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, everyone, for putting this together. I think what I hear Dr. Goswami saying is year to year, we're all living in the same state that Dr. Goswami and Lindsay are living in. We're in California. So I think that I empathize when we're bound by whatever Sacramento decides. And so I think that these numbers are different. They are better. I've also been advocating for being conservative for years, ever since the fiscal committee and all of that. However, what is concerning here is that now we're going to have to eventually pay for La Playa, because eventually it's not going to be safe and students are going to get hurt on that field. And so we just approved $131,000 in emergency repairs. That's the normal at Santa Barbara. And so I want to be conservative, yes, but I remember Craig at one point, this was years ago, he's like, well, Veronica, we can't just gut the whole thing at one time. This whole thing's going to fall apart, right? And so I think that we have to be strategic about this. You can't pull the legs from under the table. This whole thing's going to fall. And when you're right, Craig, you're the one who kind of said that a couple of years ago. You're like, we can't just drop all this off. Yeah. I don't know. It's concerning when you're not transferring money into to build up that construction fund, because this college is old, and these $131,000 in emergency repairs. And I think when we have our board retreat, I would want Lindsay to show us how much money is just falling through this bucket. And that means we need to wrap our head around that. I'm comfortable approving what's here. It's not because they didn't want to be transparent or give it to us ahead of time. They were working their butt off trying to put this together because the state released it when it released it. So I'm empathetic towards that. And I think that this is good news. I don't think anyone knows the future, but I trust your expertise in economics, Dr. Goswami, to know what to do here and to recommend to us. But I certainly don't want to send the message that we're going to compromise teaching and learning because we want to be conservative. What does that mean? Conservative within the context of our mission and executing our charter, which is to provide CTE degree certificates and transfer. We just made a commitment to continue the School of Extended Learning. Well, that's not chump change. That's just going to sit there. That's going to cost us a lot of money. So I think that when we identify our strategic priorities of what we want to do as it relates to teaching and learning and success and our outcomes and all the different things that we're going through, then that's how we can define what does being conservative look like for Santa Barbara City College. And that's something I appreciate from Craig years ago, just talking to him saying, you know, I know business is different, but he's smart. And so the way he's looked at it is you strategically do these things and you can't just pull the plug on something. So anyway, that's my sense on that, that I'm seeing both sides here, and I'm not going to just say go pull the plug, because we have, like La Playa, we need to put that back on there eventually. Students are coming, and we need to start getting that field going in every other project we've got.
Mr. Miller?
Yes, Dr. Gazzardo.
I just want to clarify, my comment about 1 year at a time. I'm still focused on getting us to a balanced budget. And as you can see in the 5-year projections, now you get to a balanced budget and then we start building up balances. So the strategic conversations will be that when we start building up a surplus, or to have the discussion, what percent of the surplus goes back to building up the general fund reserve? What percent of the surplus goes back to employee pay? What percent of the surplus goes back to the construction fund? So on and so forth. So those are the policy decisions that I would like to engage the board, that when we get to that point. So yes, I can show you a path at which there will be money available to do some of these things. And that's when the board has to chime in terms of, well, the first $50 needs to go back to this, and then the next $25 go back to that, and the next $30 goes back to that, so on and so forth. My comment about the year to year or 1 year at a time, basically that our path to balanced budget is not going to be linear. So therefore, we have projections for next year, but we have to take next year at what it's dealt with us, and then adjust what we do next year based on next year's budget picture. So for example, if our long-term financial inflow significantly diminishes, then next year we will do a whole bunch of other cuts. But I cannot forecast it right now. What I can forecast is basically, in terms of that, we will maintain the current level of funding, and more than likely you might get a COLA. But if you don't get those things next year, then obviously there is a commitment on my part, because I told you that I'll bring it to a balanced budget. We'll do some steps. So the actions that we take to bring the budget towards eventual balance is going to vary year to year. And the intensity of that effort is going to vary year to year based on the circumstances we face and based on the choices that we are willing to make.
Okay, so I still see raised hands for Marcia, Craig, and Veronica.
I would say, how do I turn off the hand? I don't know how to lower it. It doesn't go down.
Lower at the lower bottom, left bottom.
The same place you
It
turned
says
it on.
raise hand. I don't see.
Where you turned it on,
I know. It doesn't say anything there.
low hand.
It doesn't say low hand. My screen doesn't.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Thought I'd ask.
So
I do have some more.
let me say, Marcia, before you begin, that I think fairly soon I would invite a motion so we can continue to discuss. We have a motion and a second. We can continue to discuss it, but I think we need to tee the issue up. We need to make a decision tonight. So, Marcia, with that, please go ahead.
Well, I would second Kate's suggestion of a special meeting then. If folks are not, my thought was stay where you are and then agree to change it when we have a chance to look at it. So for example, we have not, the public has not seen this budget that we are proposing to adopt. We have got no comments that we can have on it. We ourselves have barely seen it. So that's just uncomfortable to me. Our notice says we won't change it until it's signed. So I'm very uncomfortable about the transparency of this process. there are pieces here that I have questions on that I would like to be able to spend time on to understand them before we make a decision. And I don't know how best to address that in this context, because it feels more like people want to just say, okay, well, budget, let's go. So I don't know.
I heard Lindsay give a very clear report on what has changed since the last time. And I don't, in my view, the changes were significant, but not numerous. So I'm very comfortable voting on this tonight. Obviously, if we need to, if the board wants to call a special session, we'd have to do that. It would have to occur before the end of the day next Tuesday, as I understand it. So it doesn't leave us much time.
Well, we have had no significant discussion of the cash flow. And this change in the budget is really all about cash flow.
Trustee Haslam, do you have a comment?
I was just going to put a motion on the floor to approve the tentative budget, largely because it is tentative, and we will have another view of it before it becomes a final budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second to approve the tentative budget before us. Is there further discussion?
Well, should I ask questions or not ask questions? What's your preference?
Ask.
Sure.
Ask.
Go ahead.
If you don't ask, you won't get answers.
Okay, on the cash flow for unrestricted general fund. Well, first off, I mean, these cash flow things are hard. I want to say to James and Lindsay, whoever of you are working on this day and night, I appreciate that you're working on it, and I appreciate that they're really hard. But all funds are not the same. So in our all funds cash flow, we have included as cash both, and as expenses, both the restricted funds and the unrestricted funds. It is okay to use unrestricted funds to cover paying employees who are in restricted categories. These are paychecks, shall we say, or bills that we're talking about. It is not okay to use restricted funds to cover general fund obligations. And this all funds cash flow doesn't tell us how that plays out. So for example, we are including in the remaining, I think it's $50 million after all funds, $32 million of student financial aid. It is not okay to take student financial aid and use it to pay our employees. It's fine to use it to pay students their financial aid. That's what it's about. So it is a much more complicated analysis than to just say, look at all the cash. And a subset of that is the bookstore. I mean, we had them down in our original amount. We had them down for something like campus store, almost $7 million contributing to our cash. Is that part of the general fund unrestricted cash flow?
No, ma'am.
It's not part of it. So what funds are the 33 starting money from?
Sorry, what do you mean the 33?
If you look at the unrestricted general fund cash flow, and I have to look at the old one because I don't have the new one in front of me.
That's okay. So the unrestricted general fund report is only one fund, the unrestricted general fund.
And you're saying that, okay, so it doesn't include construction funds for 30, we have 33,859,000 without including construction funds.
Correct. It is only one fund, the unrestricted general fund.
And that money flows into it because, what are we doing? Are we flowing the money into that reserve and flowing it out, or what?
I'm sorry, I don't follow. What money are you saying is flowing in?
Well, what is the 33,859,000 beginning cash down at the top left side?
Sure. That's our beginning cash balance.
What are you looking at? What PDF are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at what is on our noticed agenda under cash flow, which is item actually later, the one I had asked to do this one sooner, but it's what, 11.3 or something?
11.2, I think.
11.2.
So, Robert, do you want to vote on this since that has to do with this is not what we're discussing right now. We're discussing item 11.1.
Right, but item 11.1 is all about deferrals. That's the big change here, deferrals.
And I think the difficulty is I'm looking at the PDF that was emailed and I'm looking at the numbers that were just shown on the screen. So I think I'm with Peter, vote for this, move on, because it's going to come back to us probably as soon as they get new numbers. It sounds like these numbers keep changing because the state keeps changing. And then when we get to cash flow later, then we'll talk about that then. But item 11.1 right now is the tentative budget, and we don't have to approve the final one till September-ish.
Yes, actually, it's been moved to October.
Oh, now even better, October.
But we're spending it as soon as we approve it. July 1, we're spending it. That's why there is a tentative budget.
But with respect to cash flow, Dr. Goswami or Lindsay, does the good news we received on the governor legislative agreement, does that improve our cash flow situation?
No, it will actually reduce our cash flow, but not to the extent that that you think we will be, because, Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, there's two parts to it. Dr. G is correct. The change to the state budget, has a $16 million deferral, which is larger than what we were looking at before. So that's a negative, but we also have the positive of receiving an additional $6.5 million in revenues. So the file that's attached to board docs right now and the new one that I've produced just late last night, the difference is not as bad as you would think because you get the benefit of the $6.5 million coming in. So it's not a dramatic difference actually between the two versions.
Right. But regardless, I think, just looking at the general fund, we have cash in the bank. This is cash in the bank.
And to what accounts does it belong?
The unrestricted general fund, the 33.8 million.
So
specific to that fund only.
So you're saying it doesn't matter whether it's in our budget as construction money or in our budget as reserves or in our budget in any restricted or what?
Those are separate funds. So there's a cash for those things also. What we're talking about is just the unrestricted general fund and the cash balance associated with the unrestricted general fund. The construction fund is a separate balance.
We did a thorough cash flow analysis. We actually created a cash flow page like the one you're seeing for the unrestricted general fund for every one of our funds.
Okay, so there would be a different page for the construction fund, basically.
Yes, for every one of our other funds.
Okay, well that is helpful because I don't, it's not apparent what this consists of. Okay. So what does the all funds consist of? Basically the same thing, adding together restricted and unrestricted?
It is inclusive of every single fund the district has. All of the funds you have mentioned earlier, That report is summarizing all of them together.
Okay, so all of them in this case would include the 7 million for the bookstore, right?
Yes, bookstore, construction, student finance, financial aid, everything you can think of.
Okay, so that over the course of the year, that would drop by 23 million?
All of them, or just the unrestricted general fund?
The all one.
The all funds. Yes, ma'am.
All funds.
Yes. Mhm.
And how much of the bookstore is cash?
Let me pull up the complete file. I don't have it handy because I have to log into my work computer. It'll take me a minute if you have other questions or items.
No, I don't want to confuse you can't answer two at once.
Can I have
I
other
might be
people?
able to.
You want to put a hold on that while we have a couple other trustees that are wanting to comment?
Sure.
We'll come back to that question after Lindsay has more time to look at it. Trustee Abboud, did you have a question or comment on the motion before us?
No, I was gonna make the same motion Peter did for the same reason, which is it's a tentative budget and we're gonna reapprove a final budget in a few months. And so I think I trust the administration to be prudent with this budget, and yeah, I'm ready to vote.
And Peter, did you have another comment, or is that an old hand raise?
Yes. I'm wondering if a better use of our time might be, because it sounds like, Marcia, you have a lot of wisdom and experience in this, and I wonder if you and Lindsay might now want to get together to have a conversation that would better inform the discussion and maybe relieve any concerns you might have.
I think I need to be part of that conversation.
Yes, I would expect that that might replace this particular conversation. And if things come out that are not as we expect them to be, then let's have that other conversation at a subsequent meeting.
I'm happy to do that. I just think that when the board says we want to understand the budget as a committee of the whole, that does mean, do any of you want to explain these answers to me? I don't think so. I don't know the answers. And it's very helpful to have Lindsay explain them to all of us. As a way of understanding where we stand and where we're headed. I think there are other questions, and we can put them off, about what are our assumptions for this revenue as you look at the 5-year projections. I mean, the revenue seems to count on the idea that in 21-22 and 22-23 and following, we're going to have a bounce back, a huge bounce back of out-of-state students,
Yes.
international and out-of-state.
Yes, and that will be a marketing strategy.
Well, we should talk about that because right now, as far as I can tell, and this is not, I need to say 5 different times, enrollment is ongoing. Enrollment is ongoing. But right now, we are down on our current assumptions. And I know you said earlier we would update them for this tentative budget, but they look the same. And our enrollment numbers are where we seem to be down basically 60% in out of state. and down 70% in international. That's a hefty chunk of money in this budget that we just adopted or will adopt, I assume, that the assumption appears not to be realistic. I mean, we're about to be banned by Europe. Nobody wants us to go visit them. And that understandably means people are looking at us and saying, I probably don't want to see you either. It's got to be online. And maybe we'll have success online, but I would like to understand why we think that between now and when enrollment ends, that we will catch up as much as we have fallen behind.
Marcia, I agree with your concern. That's not what I'm saying. It's a concern that for which we don't have an answer. We're not going to likely have an answer for a little while. So I mean, that's the whole point of a tentative budget. You approve it given, okay, so maybe you're thinking that some part of this is wishful thinking. Okay, we'll have a chance to correct that prior to the adoption of the final budget. I'm just suggesting that at this point in our meeting at 6:34, with a number of agenda items left, we say, okay, let's go forward with the tentative agenda, returning to it as needed. And in the meantime, have that conversation with Dr. Goswami and Lindsay so that we maybe cut a little bit of time down.
Dr. Goswami.
I'm trying to see where the 60%, 70% numbers came from, because I'm just looking at the report that came out today, and our non-resident enrollment units, because that's what brings in money, is down 32%.
I understand.
That's part of our assumption was 30%. So
I should have been clearer. What I am comparing is the number of students and the number of units that we had for last fall in these two categories, actually had in last fall, which is why I said I need to start with enrollment is ongoing, enrollment is ongoing. We will get some more students, but right now we are 60% short of what we had last fall in out of state and 70% short of what we had last fall in international.
I don't know. I'm looking
actual students. And trend wise, I want to hear why we think we're going to make it.
I'm looking at the units, which is what brings us money.
Yes.
And we're at 32%. So, I mean,
that's the same number that I read the reports every day too. That's the same number I saw. So I'm confused, Marcia, unless you're assuming, let me finish. Unless you're assuming we don't have any other signups between now and the fall. Maybe that's the assumption you're making.
I'm not making the assumption. I'm saying that's where we are now. What is the reason we think we'll catch up?
Well,
yes, it is a different comparison. It is a comparison to who we actually had last year.
At the same time.
No, it's not. That's why I'm saying enrollment is ongoing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Trustee Nielsen, do you have a comment or a question?
Well, I kind of agree with a couple different points of view here in most part, but if the whole board's going to be really on top of this, then we got to stay on top of this or go back to a committee for it. I think Marcia made the point earlier, and I think we need to move on, and it is tentative. But Marcia made the point earlier that, yeah, it's tentative, but we start spending it now. Okay, and if we're not comfortable with it or where we're going, maybe we should pay a little bit more attention. My questions would be kind of detailed, and I would take probably a few days for me to get them answered, and I will make some phone calls and ask. But what are we doing with? We're going to avoid layoffs because the picture looks better, but does the picture really look better, and how much better, and can we be sure? And a few minutes ago, we were talking about what kind of monies were being spent here and there, and what money was put aside for what. It's like, it brings me back to the idea of one-time money, and then using that to avoid layoffs, or furloughs, or however you want to put it. Efficiency is where we need to be if we're going to balance this budget, and we're not there. I know we have a plan to get there, but this change is all on paper. It doesn't improve our cash flow. It doesn't give us more money. It just says you're going to get more money, and then, but we're not going to give it to you. So you're going to have to front the money to cash out of your cash flow, which comes out of the reserves. So how that matriculates and how that happens, it's muddy. I only have a business degree, but I'm sorry, it's muddy. And I'll vote for this, but I won't be silent, because over the next week, if I don't see a clearer picture, then I'll make noise. This is not clear, and it is muddy, and Marcia's right to be asking questions. Is this the right time to do it? I don't think so. I mean, we didn't get this till an hour before the meeting. I didn't see it till then. And, I need time to assess the impacts and really let it gel. And then I need to ask some questions. I didn't even get time to formulate questions. Sorry, I'm a little slow. So this is pretty critical, and we need to be open to having a special meeting if we need to within a week. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay. I think we should vote on it. I don't think the changes that occurred were, I think, entirely positive. So while it would be nice to understand, maybe have more information about the effect of some of these changes, overall they were positive. So I have a lot of faith in Dr. Goswami and Lindsay and her team. We've had a lot of time to look at this budget before today, and now we've got some changes, but it's in the right direction. So I think we take a vote.
Well, let me just reiterate that we are, I mean, I hate to say this, but yes, we are spending it. And Dr. Goswami announced that we would hire 2 more faculty, and I love hiring faculty, but that's ongoing money. We really don't have more money here. We have deferrals. And that's a concern. I mean, I hate to say that, because I know our faculty made a tough decision, and would be delighted to have that reversed. But the first thing we do is spend, and we have a number of positions that we are out. We don't have a hiring freeze. We don't have let's only hire internally first. None of that is happening. And I think those are things you do when you are trying to be conservative here. So with that, go ahead, have a vote. I'm uncomfortable given the timing, given the changes. I don't think they are just minor changes. I think these are major changes, because we're really not coming to terms with the deferrals. We talked about getting more money. We didn't talk about the deferrals, other than, oh, well, we can do it.
Marcia, you're making a good point, but then it's also a little unfair to say you haven't looked thoroughly at the new numbers. And I did, so they came in at 11:38 in the morning. Okay, so granted, maybe people don't have their email on their iPhone, on their iPad, and the 10,000 devices that we all have. But we're going to have a board retreat. And so I'm assuming this is going to be a huge part of it, because our strategic directions need to be aligned with what's going on here. We just got some major restrictions. The legislature just said you may not touch custodian, food services, and I forget the third one, but there was 3 things that you can't touch.
Transportation.
transportation, which we don't really have as much as that because the K-12 more. So those three things are difficult. In a local education agency like Santa Barbara City College, things need to be bargained. So it's not like we are just going to say, oh, we're going to reduce our workforce or different things like that. So I think this conversation reminds me of when Dr. Benjamin said, you know, I work at the pleasure of the board. You guys tell me what you want, but know what you want and make up your mind. And there was a lot of times when she was really not frustrated because she was here doing us a favor, but she was serious when she said, you have people's lives in your hands. You guys need to come together to really know what you want. And I just think that right now, I'll tell you, there's so many, there's so many things that people are doing. They've been pulled in so many different ways. One thing they are doing super well, and Dr. Ralston can attest to, is they've got summer 1 and summer 2 up and running. We had high school kids, because of the ridiculous remote learning stuff, jump on board. If City College wasn't operating as well as they are right now, our local high schools, these kids would not, my daughter's starting on Monday. Pretty much all of their prerequisites to get into college, they're doing them at City College because they don't know what's going to happen in the fall. So just the behind the scenes of the teaching and learning, these people are spread so thin that I know they're doing as much as they can. And I hear all your questions, and I think that we're going to be able to address them when we can have our special board meeting. And I think that we should all type up our questions so that Lindsay and the team can be prepared. But to just kind of throw out all these different things, because your questions are relevant and they're accurate, they make sense from the lens that you're looking at them, because you're looking at different PDFs. Some of us are looking at the PDFs that are here. Some of us have split screens open and we're looking at the ThickNet stuff, the old stuff. So we're all looking at different things, and it's just not, I don't think it's fair to you that it seems like, okay, well, we're not answering Marsha's questions, but then it's not fair to the team, because I almost feel like they didn't have to produce new numbers for us. They did it out of a spirit of transparency and to honor that the board said we want to stay on top of these things. They could have said, oh, you know what, we got these numbers kind of late. This is what you guys get. But they didn't. And they should have probably done that, because now we're over here asking all these questions. And so then if I was Lindsay or the president, I'd probably be like, all right, well, if this is how you guys behave, then you're not getting your numbers. And we've had presidents that have told us, you know what, you guys are dysfunctional. I'm doing my own thing. And I just don't think that that's the spirit that we have here. And I just want us to move on knowing that your questions are valuable. We all have those questions, but it's not to say that there's some mistrust or that they're not clarifying things for us. This is just has not been the season for that clean transition of stuff. And I just don't want the team to get frustrated because we're over here behaving in a way that's not conducive to this process. And we've been told that by different presidents before.
So let's
I
take.
appreciate that,
Okay.
Veronica, but there are things we could do, and maybe you're saying they should happen at the retreat, but that will be too late. I mean, if you say hiring freeze should happen, you know, if you say, okay, we'll pass the budget, but we're going to freeze the hiring until we get to the retreat, that works. If you don't, we've already hired those folks. It's an ongoing expense, and we're spending this money, which, you know, I don't think is conservative.
I'd like to call the vote. I think we have fully covered it. We've heard Marcia's concerns, and I would like to ask for those in favor of the motion. Say aye.
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 Isn't it a roll call?
Yeah.
It's not a resolution.
I don't think so.
It's
It's
just a normal, I think.
level 1 is a tentative budget, not.
All right. All right.
And now call for the nays.
Nay.
So I hear six votes in favor, 1 vote against. The motion passes. And now I would like to call a 5-minute recess.
Excuse me, you heard 2 nays, or you were supposed to.
I'm sorry. Did you vote nay?
I also said nay.
Okay,
Correct.
so it's a vote. It's a
So
5.
that's 5-2, not 6-1.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't hear that. It's a 5.
That's all right. I was muted, and and I have all this thing with the phone going on. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's 5-2 vote. Correction. And we're now going to take a 5-minute break.
That's a good idea.
Peter, did you want a longer vote?
No, I'm hoping, I'm getting tired, and so.
You want a 10-minute break?
No, it's okay. 5 minutes, fine.
Okay.
In 5 minutes.
Oh. Looks like we're all here. So our next item on the agenda is item 11.2, the 5-year capital outlay plan. And I'm guessing that Lindsay might be presenting this, or Dr. Goswami.
I'll let Lindsay take the lead on this, just for the initial statement that this is a comprehensive document that you're getting in front of you, because we want to show the board the entire needs of the institution, not necessarily implying that we are going to follow through in every project, but at least give an idea as to what it is that we are looking at and what are the projects that could potentially qualify for state funding and what may not. And also this allows us to kind of back into some sort of a bond proposal at some point in time.
Yeah.
Now, the overall part of this is that this will be distilled into 4 IPPs, and Lindsay will go through with that.
Before we start, I just have one first procedural question. Are we under some requirement to take action on this by a certain date?
Yes, we are. We are required to take action on this, actually not at this very moment. We have to take action on it by the end of July. We customarily bring it May, June, July. They do change the deadline each year. So sometimes it's due at the end of June and sometimes it's due at the end of July. And this year it is due at the end of July.
So we could either vote on it this evening, or we could vote on it at our meeting on July 9th.
You can.
Yes. If you're not ready to vote on it, then no, it'll just add to the July 9th agenda, because I don't know how long the agenda is going to be.
Correct. But so I'll let you go forward.
Okay. All right. So I think I'll have us dive straight into the document. I don't know if it helps to have Clyde pull it up, or if all of you have it handy. It is the item that's in board docs. And the item that I want us all to look at together is the one called SBCCD 5-year construction plan. When you get into the document, it's page 8 of the PDF. The page itself says page 7. But We provide to the board the entire 5-year construction plan report. It is over 100 pages long, quite meaty, lots of statistics and data that we do not need to go through today. This page here, this set of pages, page 8 and 9, is really the heart of the document, and it describes to us and to the Chancellor's office what our 5-year construction plan is. So every year we're required to submit this plan to the Chancellor's office. It has 2 primary purposes. One is that it allows the Chancellor's office to collect from each community college the dollar amounts and lists of projects that the colleges have need for that are outstanding. That allows them to understand what the system needs as a whole in terms of large scale construction project needs. So that's one part of it. And that means that some of these things on here would not be state funded, and we're not asking for anything. We're just providing them with information. The second piece of what this is used for is it's our opportunity to ask the state for funding for projects. So we have used this process many times at Santa Barbara City College. Right now, we have the physical education replacement building replacement project underway, and that has been funded through this process, through the state funding process. So I'll get into this list here. The item number 1 is the PE building. The projects that are underway will always be listed on here as a part of their system. So item number 1 is on there because it's already been approved by the board and by the state for funding, and it's underway. So it's going to automatically show up on here. We can't remove it, can't change it. Ironically, I'll jump us to the very end. Item 17 is the Campus Center Seismic Project. You'll see the date of 2018-19 on there. That is an old project that is canceled completely. We have no funding from the state for that. Unfortunately, the Chancellor's office system has a bug and they can't get it removed from this report. So I apologize. I said the same thing last year and have to say the same thing again this year, but that project is no longer applicable. There is no funding from the state for that project. It's not actually a part of a plan that we are intending to submit to the Chancellor's office. I've spoken to them about that. They're fully aware that we can't seem to get it off of the report. Okay, so what we've been doing a lot of work on planning campus-wide for all 3 campuses, Wake, Schott, and main campus, on what projects are really needed for us that we can do in a really strategic, planned out way. So the board is seeing a more robust and detailed and lengthy plan than previous years that we've submitted this. And this is really our strategic wish list, and it is in a order, a logical order. You could call it priority order, but it's more of a strategic order of which buildings we would like to have first to allow us to build and renovate additional buildings. So you're going to see a lot of buildings on here. It's a total of 17 projects, one that's already in process, the PE building, one that's canceled, 4 IPPs, so 4 initial project proposals. As a refresher, an initial project proposal means we are requesting funding from the state to do those 4 projects. It's the initial phase. We're not locking ourselves in. We have to then in the following year, after the IPP is accepted by the state, we have to do a final project proposal. I'll talk about that some more. So then we have 11 projects on this list that are not state supportable. We would not be asking for funds from the state for these other 11 items you see on here. We're just submitting them to the state and to the board and to our community so they can see our inclusive list of all of our projects that we would like to do in the event that we could receive funding to do this full list. So you may recall that in previous years, the last 2 years, we've done IPPs or initial project proposals on the Student Services Building. It's been really important for us to continue to request for funds for that. We believe we have a good chance of receiving state funds for that renovation project of the Student Services Building. However, with our budget situation and our focus on the PE project, since it was already approved and in line for the last year and again this year, we are not proposing going forward with a final project proposal for student services. sadly, we wish that we could, but with the budget situation, we are required to put in a local contribution for these projects and to pay for the swing space or the space that is needed during construction to relocate the programs. So we are not putting in a final project proposal for student services. Instead, we are doing another initial project proposal, which means that we can continue to be in line and potentially do a final project proposal in next year on that building. But something that we're doing new this year is putting in for 4 IPPs. I think this is a great idea. Every year as we dig in and do more facility master planning work, we learn new things. And by asking for 4 initial project proposals, it gives us opportunity to pick a different one next year. It means we're not locked into, well, we only did an IPP for student services, so that's what we have to do. This will allow us to decide next year which of those 4 projects really is the one that we're committed to and wanting to do next year. So that's why we put in more than one. It gives us more options next year. And the 4 that we're doing are student services, physical science, the administration. So those are all modernizations or renovations, whichever term you prefer. And 1 new instructional building on the main campus. And the details of why we're proposing a new instructional building on main campus is that was a part of our facility master planning work. We detailed that out and received lots of input and went through the process and discussed how important it is to us on the main campus to replace our aging portables that we've been using as classrooms for many years with a permanent building. So the new instructional building would not create any growth on our campus facility-wise. It would just replace the classrooms that we already have. So those are the 4 IPPs. As I said, the other items listed here would be a part of our plan of needing to do swing space, needing to modernize at Wake and Schott, but they wouldn't be things mostly likely we would be asking the state for funds for. I think that's my little synopsis.
Thank you.
So I don't see any, does anybody have questions, comments? Marcia?
I'm wondering if we could put it off as an adoption item until maybe our next meeting and have a little more time to absorb it. It's a big change, and usually we have, our practice has been to discuss it at least once and then move toward the adoption at a later meeting. I do have some questions, and I also feel like I haven't had enough time to absorb it because of what we've had to be thinking about as well on the budget. I mean, I'm not, I can ask some questions, but I don't know where you want to go with that.
Well, I think you should ask your questions. And whether we do it tonight, whether we take action tonight or July 9th, the questions are still going to come. And if you know the questions now, I think we should discuss, we should address them. And it may be some of your questions require additional work on the behalf of the administration. So I think it would be good to do it tonight.
One would be, why is Campus Center not seen as a project anymore? Because we did get funding for it. It is eligible in that sense, I assume. So what changed?
Okay, so as Trustee Croninger is pointing out, the second item on the list is a new campus center building. And actually, you gave me a minute to take a breath and realize there was a little more I'd like to add to explain this. So on black and white paper, it doesn't quite come out what our grand plan is. Let me describe it a little bit more. So this item number 2, a new campus center building, would actually be a brand new building. It would not replace the current campus center. It would be a new building built that would house all of the campus center activities that our current campus center houses, along with some improvements to locate some other things there that we couldn't currently locate in the current campus center building. So this would be a brand new building. It would not be a seismic need to improve the old campus center, it would be a brand new building and would be considered growth, and we would have a very hard time obtaining funding from the state for that. This type of project would be better slated for us to have funded through a bond so that we could build the building in whatever shape or format that we really want, instead of being tied to the drop and replace in the same format as we're accustomed to doing with like the PE building and what we were going to do with the campus center. So here, let me keep going and explaining why this is important to us. So if we have a brand new campus center building, we can then not have to incur the cost of doing swing space or relocating the current campus center during construction. So it reduces our cost in relocating, which we did start to experience last time around as we started campus center. So we could have all of our cafeteria operations occurring during construction, then move it into this new campus center building when it's done. Additionally, the advantage to this plan is that the old campus center building would become what I will call a permanent swing space facility for our campus, for our long-term modernization and renovation projects, and get us out of this vicious cycle of continually needing portable buildings on our campus and needing to spend large sums of money on swing space as we renovate throughout the future years. So we would have a brand new campus center. We would keep the old campus center. I'll recall that we did complete a voluntary seismic improvement to the current campus center building. So it is in better condition for seismic reasons. So we can continue to use that building now that we've invested additional funds into it. And as we go through and go down to doing the student services renovation, the old campus center could be used for the student services folks. They could move in there. If we do physical science renovation, those folks could move into the campus center, and so on. And we're going to have a need long-term to constantly be renovating and modernizing our buildings as they age. So I think this is a really great plan to make it easier for us to modernize buildings, keep the cost down, and continue to use better facilities than portables. It would also help the new instructional building, and removing all of the current portables would allow us to satisfy the requirements that the Coastal Commission has provided us. They have asked many times for many years for us to remove all of the portable buildings on campus, and we really need to comply with that as best we can. So I hope I answered your question along with all that description there.
Well, I don't recall the idea of having the excuse me, campus center be swing space and keeping it and building a whole new building as part of our facility master plan. Am I correct? I mean, this is all interesting, but very new.
Some of it was a part of the facility master plan. As a part of the facility master plan, we did outline needing a new instructional building to replace portables. And what came out of the facility master plan work was moving into this strategic planning work of exactly how would we roll out the requirements that have been laid out in the facility master plan. And this idea of using the old campus center as swing space formed after that, based on the information that was laid out in the facility master plan, that we need to modernize buildings and we would need swing space for the.
But a new campus center wasn't in a different place, was not in the facility master plan, right? That was my question.
It was not noted either way. It's noted that we needed to do something with campus center. It wasn't noted as a new building or a modernization either way.
Okay. And the fact that we don't have a seismic argument, you're saying makes a difference in the funding?
Yes, ma'am. It depends on what type of project you're requesting from the state. There are multiple different.
No, I remember that part, but I'm just not sure whether it becomes completely unfundable when you don't have the seismic argument. I would think it would be fundable under some category. Are you saying it's not?
It's unlikely that we would be able to receive funding from the state for that project after turning away funding for that project after it was approved, but we can definitely have a conversation with the Chancellor's office and see if there's any opportunity for funding for the type of project that we're interested in doing, where it's a new building and would have some different programs in it. That changes the metrics and the sometimes the formula, well, not sometimes, every time it changes the formulas that are used to receive funding. And it might just mean that our project is not ranked high enough compared to other projects across the state to be competitive for the funding.
Well, that sounds like part of that tension between a construction plan, 5-year construction plan, and a facility plan that is more tailored to explaining in a bond what you want to do. So when you say it's not as likely to be funded, and therefore we're not asking, that sends a different message to the community. I think one of the things that I struggle with here is the message to the community. I mean, we're not in a great time to be asking anybody for money, as we've just finished discussing. And I don't see where we're going to get a bond for this many kinds of different things and for something as expensive as a new campus center at this time. So I'm struggling with, are we going to get a message back from the community that says, are you kidding? We can't afford all that, and your enrollment has been dropping.
This report is not a request for the community to fund these projects. This is a report.
No, but you said we were trying to pull it together so that we would show to the community what our project's plans are. And then from that flows the idea of a bond and what we would have to pay for, knowing we have at least a 20% share plus all of it for something like this new campus center concept. So it performs two functions. I think that's how you introduced it.
We will distill it into a bond document when the time comes. And when we do the bond document, it may not have all the projects. It may have just a few, a scattering of those, a selection of those projects. So, but that doesn't eliminate the fact that this is what our needs are. This is what our needs are. And so, yeah, it's a good question whether the community is going to support bond or whatever it is. I would say in a couple of years' time, we need to find out whether the community is going to support us or not. Because if they don't support us, then we have to figure out a way how to run this institution without community support.
Well, I would say that this is not the right time to ask people for money.
I'm not asking that we're going to ask for money right now.
Yeah, but I think my best guess is in a couple of years, it's not going to be a great time either yet. But, we can all look in our crystal balls. Is the 1 to 17s an order, a priority order?
Logical order.
Yeah.
We can do it out of order, but that will increase costs.
No, I'm just saying, are we making a priority statement by our listing here of 1 to 17? Because the priorities are totally different than what we looked at previously.
These are logical orders that will let us do the modernization in a least disruptive way. Yeah, Lindsay?
Yeah, I just want to clarify one piece because the order can be complicated in the sense that, as Dr. Goswami pointed out, this is the logical order to keep the construction costs down and to do the projects in the best manner we can. However, if we determine next year that we want to move forward with an FPP for administration building, just to pick one, that would change our order. So our strategy of trying to receive money from the state for one of these 4 projects would change this order. It's just inevitable. The state funding is not going to line up with what the most ideal order will be.
Or somebody wants to give us money to build something, we'll take the money and build it out of order.
I get that. I just think that we're imagining money here.
No, we are just putting out what our needs are. This is what our real needs are.
Okay, are they our real needs in light of our significant drop in enrollment since we had to have these portables, or can we consolidate?
I think we don't have space in the campus with all the portables?
You may recall, we have removed a substantial number of portables over the last years. I'm sorry, I don't have the number handy. I think it's in the realm of 20 portables. So we have already declined our classroom size pretty substantially in line with our enrollment.
Well, we were substituting West Campus Classroom for those portables. We built that to replace the portables, that chunk of portables, and then we have the remaining ones. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is not something that we've spent any time on, so that's what gives me pause. So,
Mr. Chairman, I would raise a point of order. We don't have a motion on the floor, and we're apparently engaging in extended conversation about it. So I'd like to move approval of the of item 11.2, the 5-year capital outlay plan.
Okay.
But we can't hear you, Robert.
Is there a second to the motion by Trustee Haslund?
I'll second it.
Or Kate.
Okay. We have a motion and it's by Trustee Haslund, a second by Trustee Parker. Is there further discussion? I see that Trustee Gallardo has her hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, depending on what happens with the vote tonight, but 2018 was a big year for facilities. And so if you want, we discussed all of this previously. And so on May 24th, 2018, that was the Eric Middleston presentation. And he went over how we prioritize this, why we prioritize it in terms of the building and all the fancy math he did to figure all that out. And then also the June 28th, 2018 board meeting, you can watch that board meeting, and also the May 10th, 2018. So if you just go through all the agendas in 2018, you will see they were all facilities, and we went through a lot of this. This facilities master plan will work in tandem with the educational master plan and then the equity plan, because over all of it, we have guided pathways. And so we discussed the need to make our services and our systems work better for students. We discussed how we have the sheer layout of our campus is a barrier for student success. The student services building used to be a library. So it was never intended to function for what we're using it now. And so all of this it's a requirement from the state. We have to do all that. But in terms of just a lot of these questions that you might be thinking about, Marcia, and I'm sure other board members are, certainly Kate, who hasn't been on here as long, these board meetings were really, really helpful. And a lot of that information is on there. So or correct me if I'm wrong, Lindsay, this is not a whole new methodology that you came up with this facilities master, right?
You're right. It's a part of our strategic master planning. It's the right thing for us to be doing, having a robust plan for our facilities.
Veronica, I appreciate your laying that out for the public. I'm very familiar with all of those meetings and what we discussed. So my questions really had to do with things that I think we have not discussed, and how that ultimately positions us as we look toward actually paying for these things, and talking to the community about what it is we think we need and why. And I appreciate, exactly the sorts of things you're talking about. I just feel like we're seeing new stuff, big new stuff, that we have not previously discussed. So for that reason, I'm not in favor of going forward now. I'm in favor of putting it off. So, but others may feel differently.
So
putting it off to discuss priorities and reasoning.
So Trustee Nielsen has his hand raised, but first I'd just like to comment that I thought this was an excellent, I don't know what to call it, a report or document. I read through the whole thing. I summarized it as 5 new buildings, 6 renovations, modernizations, and upgrades, and 5 swing spaces. And then if you go through the document, each of those projects has has details about the justification and intent for each project. And I thought it all made sense to me. I don't have the benefit of history about what went on with the campus center and upgrades and so on and so forth. I can't really, I don't have the benefit of that, but I thought what was presented made sense to me, and I see it as aspirational. We're not deciding this is all going to happen. It's going to happen if we can get a bond measure passed, and we can't do a bond measure for at least 2 years. So hopefully the climate will improve by 2020, and maybe we'll get feedback from the community on our wish list before then, and will tell us, yeah, you ought to do this, or maybe not do that. So I think it's a good document to have available to the community. So I definitely support it, whether we approve it tonight or next meeting. So Trustee Nielsen, you're up next.
Thank you. I was surprised by some of it. I don't know where that came from about building that other building and then a new student center and then keeping the old one. But I applaud the thinking, and it makes sense to me. But I haven't really had a chance to digest the plan, and it was a lot of pages and to absorb. So there's a lot of it that's new to me. I think it's great to have these documents out there. They should be readily available to the public, but we need some kind of the preface has to be clear that, this is part of a process where we list the things that we are going to need or think we're going to need, and it goes in through a process. And so we're not saying we want to build all this stuff at one time. This is long-term, and we need to, so it goes back to just communicating with the district. Who are the people that have to approve a bond measure? And I think this is fine, but let's not stop at this level of communication. I was a bit surprised that I hadn't heard about some of these things that were new, and at least in the way they were stated. And I think a detailed process so that our wants and needs are crystal clear will go a long ways towards us being able to achieve our goals. If we don't plan, we're planning to fail. So, and I don't want to fail our future students. So thank you very much for letting me speak. I'd say go with this. I mean, it's a wish list, but it's a real look at what we're doing, even without picking it apart. Others have. So I'm pretty comfortable about approving it at this point.
Trustee Haslam, did you have another comment?
I'd like to move the question.
Okay. So.
Can I ask 2 more quick questions?
Yeah.
Where does the building, the new campus center building go? And did this go through participatory governance?
So an idea, not at all the only idea or any type of final decision, but an idea for a location for the new campus center building is if you picture in between the current campus center building and student services and humanities and physical science. I don't know if you're familiar with that particular location right now is portable buildings. So right on top of those portable buildings, we have as a potential option. It's very centralized in the campus. I forgot, oh, your second question was about shared governance. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we went through lots of shared governance work on the facility master plan and discussed through that process the need for a new campus center and the renovation of lots of these buildings and the removal of portables and moving into a permanent building. And after a lot of those discussions, we came up with some of these strategies on how to actually implement them. We'll have continued shared governance efforts discussing this plan just as we're doing tonight.
Okay.
As I understand it, an affirmative vote tonight would not put anything in concrete, no pun intended, would not establish the site location of the new campus center. This
No,
simply put a communication to the state of what our strategic plan is over the next 5 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So before I call a vote, trustee Gallardo, did you have another comment or was that a former,
No, just that I think that these are all important steps to be taken. I mean, I would have been fine either way, to table it or to not to table it. I mean, I think that these are all important things. When we went through our last accreditation, we had some recommendations, and recommendation number 5 was that we had to, it was basically to address our facilities. So I think because we are in the process of that accreditation cycle right now, all of these different things are evidence that will go into our report that we are addressing or making steps towards addressing our aging facilities. So I'm comfortable with tabling it or not tabling it. Eventually, you know, we're gonna move it along, but it is a very meaty thing to wrap one's head around. So if Marcia was comfortable, like I'm saying, I'm fine if we wanna table it, Marcia, to talk about it more, because it is a lot of information that if everybody really wanted to feel like good about it, it's a lot of information to review. And I mean, I have 2 fat binders big of all the facility stuff, but you can also Google and it's all online. I mean, I just pulled up all the recommendations from the accreditation and the facilities master plan, and Lindsay's correct, all of that was in there. We just, you know, we had pretty much all of 2019 that was on pause with a lot of this. So we had a lot of different things going on at the college. So Dr. Benjamin, thank goodness, was able to finally sign off on this plan. But it is a lot to wrap your head around, especially, you know, in the later evenings.
so trustee Haslam has called the question, so I'm gonna call the vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the 5-year or approve the 5-year capital outlay plan, say yes.
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 Yes. Okay, better yet, all those who are opposed say nay.
Oh, I'm opposed only because I would like us to have more time to discuss and understand. I fully agree with going forward ultimately.
Any other nays? If not, then the motion passes 6-1. So we now move on to item 11.3, which is resolution number 15, establishing the appropriation limit for 2021. And this is an action item. And Dr. Goswami, will you present this to us?
it is a statutorily required, resolution that we have to adopt. We go through a formula and
It's a formality we have to do every year.
yes,
Correct.
and that's what we are bringing in front of the board.
Do I hear a motion to approve the appropriation limit for 2021 as set forth in the document that's part of our agenda?
Sure, I so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
It's a roll call.
It's a roll call. That's right. It's a resolution. Okay.
Trustee Croninger,
Aye.
trustee Abud,
Aye. Sorry.
trustee Parker,
Aye.
trustee Gallardo,
Aye.
trustee Nielsen,
Aye.
trustee Haslam,
Aye.
trustee Miller.
Aye. So the motion passes. The resolution number 15 is passed on a unanimous vote. Next item, 11.4, resolution number 16, authorizing Allen Hancock Community College District to offer a fire science program for 2021. And even in my short time on the board, I recall this comes up every year.
Every year. I move approval.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask Angie to call the vote.
Trustee Nielsen,
Aye.
trustee Haslam,
Aye.
trustee Parker,
Aye.
trustee Croninger,
Aye.
trustee Abud,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Gallardo.
Aye.
So the motion approving resolution number 17 is unanimously passed. Our next item is 11.5, resolution number 17, California Department of Education Child Development Agreement, CSPP-0552. I'm not as familiar with this resolution. Could somebody please explain?
Sure, Lindsay.
Pamela.
Yeah, Pamela and I can both do it. I could just say it's an ongoing, recurring contract we have each year, but Pamela might be able to speak more to the program itself.
It's a pass-through payment into our Orfalea Center that helps offset the cost for students and their children who use the service. And so it's an arrangement that most community colleges have that have a child development center.
Okay. I hear a motion to approve resolution number 17.
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I asked Angie to call the vote.
Trustee Gallardo,
Aye.
trustee Abud,
Aye.
trustee Haslam,
Aye.
trustee Parker,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Croninger,
Aye.
trustee Nielsen.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, adopting resolution number 17. Next item, agenda item 11.6, Equal Employment Opportunity Fund Multiple Method Allocation Model Certification Form, fiscal year 2019-2020. The document in support of this was attached to our agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Would somebody care to explain it a little bit? Is there a
Thank you.
two-sentence description?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. The State Chancellor's Office established a grant fund for EEO matters in the districts, but in order to get that grant, you have to comply with a number of these multiple methods, is what they call them. Each year they have sort of added the number, increased the number of methods that we need to comply with. At this point now, it's 7 of the 9 methods we need to comply with in order to get the grant funding. We actually need to file this every year. This year, we're able to say that we comply with 8 of the 9. We have board policies, and it goes through with each of them. We do have an advisory committee and an EEO plan. It's due for renewal this year. We have board policies. We have focused outreach in our recruitment. We have some travel and reimbursement money available for hard to hire disciplines in terms of traveling candidates. In our hiring procedures, we have procedures to look at our longitudinal analysis of our pools and our applicants. We have training for our hiring committees. We have EEO facilitators who monitor in the full-time hiring procedures. And then post-hiring, it asks us to discuss our diversity professional development, which we've listed. Number 8 is the only one that we actually don't comply with. We do not have an express element of diversity incorporated into employee evaluations. It comes in by implication, but it's not a specific. Generally, that's the one that's been the hardest for most districts to comply with because it requires negotiation. And so by complying with all of these, we will get, I'm not sure what the grant will be for the coming year. It's been as much as $50,000. We used it to pay for training and other EEO related matters.
Thank you, Michael. Are
Thank
there
you.
any questions? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We now move on to item 11.7, which is a memorandum of understanding between the district and the faculty association. And I see there is a short memorandum signed by Cornelia Alzheimer Barthel as president of the FA and Michael Shanahan.
Yes, this resulted from a grievance that was filed regarding the original language, which appeared to say that employees would be reimbursed their entire STRS contribution rather than just that portion for which they were not working. Generally, the workload reduction program is a make whole, doesn't replace employee obligations. We resolved the grievance, and the union worked with us to correct the language to reflect what was really intended and what was actually district practice for at least 5 or 6 years.
Is there a motion to approve item 11.7, the memorandum of understanding between the district and the FA concerning the items Michael has just explained for us?
I move approval.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
I have a quick question. So I'm reading it. I guess I did when I read it the first time. So was there a significant fiscal implication to this?
Yeah, well, what it said before was that we would reimburse the entire STRS contribution on the employee side, and not just that portion for which their workload had been reduced, which was not the intent. It was intended to be a make whole reimbursement, and not to completely replace the employee's STRS contribution. So the settlement was not inexpensive. But it wasn't horrible, and this will correct it moving forward.
I mean, the wording was vague enough that one could surmise that the intent was to pay the whole amount.
That's correct. It was really hard to get away from that interpretation, although all of us agreed that's probably not what was intended when it was originally negotiated.
So did we at any time pay out that full amount when we should have been paid?
Well, what we were able to do was limit that to the individuals who are currently in workload reduction and the grievant, who is obviously one of those people who's in workload reduction. So there was no retroactivity to prior reductions, and this will cut off any future liabilities.
Okay. I'm wondering, I'm thinking of our audit report when we see the, the OPEB liability and all of that, and how that would factor. But yeah, I understand now.
Yeah, it only affected 4 individuals.
Okay.
So it was a pretty constrained impact.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor of agenda item 11.7? Say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 11.8 is another memorandum of understanding between the district and the faculty association. And that memorandum was also attached to our agenda, and I'll ask Michael Shanahan to give us a quick summary of that as well.
Sure. This represents how the faculty will be compensated for summer training through an equity program. And as part of that program, they would be completing emergency distance ed addenda. The payment for the training is coming out of a Title III grant because it is equity training. There's an additional amount of about $10,000 from the unrestricted general fund that would be applied toward the curriculum committee meeting to approve these materials to move them forward. This is really helping us get all of our stuff online. So that's what this is.
So they already did this training.
Oh, yes, yes.
And we approved it already.
Well, I don't know that it's, this is summer training, so they'll be doing this over the summer.
Okay, so we approved the stuff that happened in the spring when we transitioned to COVID. And so then this will be getting another approval to approve this through Title III funding.
You mean I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
I apologize. What we approved earlier in the evening was the training for this semester during COVID when we all rapidly transitioned. And so now this training, we'll see that payment later.
I'm not aware that we approved anything for training tonight. We did bring you a spring 2020 MOU in a previous meeting that was compensating for the work of getting training to go online and converting curriculum for spring.
Oh, that is what we approved. So the payments, not the MOU.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm confused. Yes.
Okay, so that was that, and then this we'll get the total at some later time.
Yes. Once we know, who's actually making the claims.
And the Title III money will cover it all.
Other than $10,000 from the general fund for the curriculum committee members to review all of the work that the people who went through the summer training did.
Okay, so that's all been accounted for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So do I hear a motion to approve item 11.8?
Motion to approve item 11.8.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
So now we're going to move on to a very, very important topic. Agenda item 12.1, a board resolution, number 18, affirming our commitment for Black and African-American students, faculty, and staff. And we have one comment, I believe, from Christian Alonso. And I believe that Luz is going to help us connect with Christian. And you're muted, Luz.
She's having some technical difficulties. She texted us.
Here she goes. I think she got it now.
Oh, no.
No, just unmute yourself. You just muted yourself.
You were okay, and then it went back to mute.
Yeah.
Can Clyde or IT unmute her?
Okay, you clicked it. Click it again.
She's saying her Zoom is frozen. She's not clicking anything. It just simply isn't working.
Oh, because it went. Okay, can you talk now?
Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yes, my
You're
Zoom
good.
is completely
problem.
frozen.
But we can see you.
We can
Okay.
see you. So we're ready for Christian.
Let me get,
Now you went off again. You're muted. Would you like?
We might need someone else to call him. She provided me the person's phone number. I could,
Can you do that, Lindsay?
should I call him? I could do that.
Yes.
I just call and then put him on speaker, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me call him real quick.
We have to be flexible when we're dealing with this much technology.
Yes, we do.
Lindsay's mute. Lindsay, you're mute.
I think she knows.
I was just arranging with him. So Christian is here. So go ahead, Christian.
Hey, good evening, board members. Thanks so much for your time. My name is Christian Alonso. I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Young Democrats and an Area 3 constituent. I'm here tonight to voice solidarity with the Black students, faculty, and staff at SBCC and request that this board support Resolution 18 to affirm your commitment to Black and African American students, faculty, and staff. Black Lives Matter. Anything less than unanimous support for this resolution would be shameful for this board, because this resolution represents the bare minimum that SBCC should be doing to promote racial justice. As Santa Barbara City Council member Megan Harmon recently said about similar resolutions, these are just words. We are the ones who must animate them. These are just words, and while there are important actions within this resolution, this board's track record on creating a safe environment for Black students, faculty, and staff at SBCC does not inspire a lot of confidence that you will prioritize and follow through on meaningful efforts to dismantle institutional racism. Other government entities in our community have gotten a lot of deserved scrutiny over the last few weeks, and SBCC has not gotten enough. Please demonstrate that you are listening to the Black people in our community and interrogate the ways in which some of you have dismissed and minimized the devastating and lethal impact of white supremacy in our institutions. These are trying times, and there is a lot going on. But long after we defeat COVID-19, the scourge of institutional racism will remain. We need your focus now more than ever, and to deny or minimize white supremacy at SBCC is to participate in and enable it. Please get to work, show some courage, and start by doing the bare minimum in supporting this resolution. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Christian, thank you for your comments and taking the time to share them with us. Okay, so we'll now move into consideration of
We have
resolution
a
number.
motion to put it on the table, please.
Okay.
I'll move to approve resolution 18.
Well, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 18. Before we get to any discussion on this very important item, I'd just like to first of all thank Marcia and Jonathan, who initially worked with Dr. Goswami to discuss the formation of the resolution, and then I know continuing to work to come up with a resolution that I think will and hope will obtain full support of the board. I note that this resolution is more than just words. It includes 7 rather specific action items that puts into action our concerns over racism. And I know that everybody knows the history of what's gone on in the last 5 weeks. It was on May 25 that George Floyd was murdered by the police in Minneapolis. That was about a week before our board meeting on June 3. And I expressed at that time that now more than ever, we wanted to express to all SBCC Black students, faculty, and staff that we support and stand with them in these very difficult times. SBCC has a mission to provide academic opportunities for those who are historically underrepresented in higher education. And given the role of community colleges as an equalizing force for social good, our mission is even more important in light of these tragic events. And I note these tragic events that occurred, the tragic event that occurred on May 25 is not unsimilar to events that have occurred prior to May 25, fortunately since May 25, and has resulted in a nationwide outburst of protest in support of Black people and African Americans in this country who have for too long suffered discriminatory actions against them and aggressions against them. And I think it is remarkable how really a great majority in this country now supports attempting to correct the past. So with that, I'd like to ask either Jonathan or Marcia to introduce the resolution.
Jonathan?
Was fidgeting with my mute. But thank you for giving us the chance to have this on the agenda. I want to start off by again saying that Black Lives Matter all the time, not just after the tragedies that happen, like we talked about earlier in the meeting. I'm glad that we were able to put this resolution together. It has some good actionable items in it, and I'm especially interested in the ones that are Black Faculty and Staff Association recommended, like the dedicated full-time counselors and finalizing our racial complaints policies and the comprehensive financial aid for Black students that came out of their suggestions to put into the resolution. And so I really want to highlight those. And I'm also looking forward to the anti-racist review of all of our board policies. I think that'll be a first step for our institution to look at. And then also the hearing in the fall on racial disparities. Really want to hear more from a lot more people. And it's good to know that it's such an important topic to people on campus. So it's going to be something we need to do. So this is just to start what we're doing today. Some other issues that go past the resolution, and as we move forward, what I'd want to think about and say is we have to continue centering and supporting and following the leadership of our Black faculty, students, and staff. We need more student involvement moving forward and taking in their concerns. They didn't even take the climate survey, I believe, and they're the users, they're on campus every day experiencing racism firsthand and the barriers to success. So we need to be making sure that they're more involved in these discussions. I know it's summer, it's sometimes harder right now, especially, but as we go into the fall, I think it's what we need to do. More focus on addressing digital divide and other inequities like we talked about earlier today, more focus on faculty and staff diversity, and more regular reports on progress made if we do fill any vacancies from the SERP. I think we need to be seeing regular progress reports instead of the usual 1 year. And this is again past the resolution. I think I totally support us doing resolution 18, but continuing to go past it. I'd like to see a report on the dedicated counselors and comprehensive aid that BFSA recommended, and see that in the August meeting, what's the progress made on getting that done. I think another thing we need to do eventually is discuss and evaluate our relationship with SBPD and the Sheriff's Office for the Wake campus, and then a real plan to eliminate all achievement gaps on campus, and really also admit that we do have racism at SBCC, and that's the only way you move forward from problems, is to admit them and identify them and then solve them. So I think this resolution is a great start, but there's a lot more to do and a lot more people to have a voice and be involved. So thank you. I hope we have full board support on this. It's a basic first step. Thank you.
Marcia, as the person who worked with Jonathan in drafting this, do you have any other comments to make?
Well, only that I think that Jonathan and I, and you as well, worked to try to put together something that we hoped the board would feel comfortable with, that we could get a vote that hopefully would be unanimous. I recognize that some aspects of it may or may not feel like what other people might write. Jonathan just gave a rundown of some more stuff that he would like to see us doing. And so we tried, I think, and collaborated pretty well to get something here. And I think it says important things to our college and our community, but I am most interested, as I said earlier, in the action and further actions that, really have our faculty and staff and administrators thinking about how we do things and whether or not we have inadvertently made it more difficult for our students of color, or any of our students really, because I think a barrier to students of color can be a barrier to any student, and we should be trying to address those at every step of the way.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second on the resolution. Any other discussion before we vote? So we have to do, it's a resolution, so Angie, could you call the vote? Oh, wait a minute, Kate Parker has a hand.
Oh.
Yeah, you got some hands up there.
I'm sorry, it took me a minute to get the thing up there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at my blue raised hand. Kate, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you so much to Jonathan and to Marcia for the work that you've done on this. I agree. I've been watching a lot of resolutions being passed, and so to me, having action steps be part of this is really important. And I agree that there's more to do past these action steps, but these are important first steps. And so I really appreciate that. And I appreciate that I know SBCC has had a long-term commitment to our African-American students, but that we have work to do on this. And I appreciate that we're acknowledging that and that we, with their help and with their voices, that we're going to move forward. So I agree. I hope that this is something that we can pass unanimously.
Trustee Nielsen.
Yeah, I have on the last be it further resolved. I'm uncomfortable with part of it because it stresses dismantling things, and I don't mind dismantling what's wrong. I think that's a very good thing, but I think it should be worded more like the colloquium, whatever, should be centered on identifying racial inequalities and barriers to student success, so that we can then dismantle. To call for dismantling when we don't have a clear definition doesn't get anybody anywhere. And so I'd like to see that wording fixed. I have some other issues, but nothing too serious. You know, I'm one of these weird people that thinks all lives matter, and Black lives matter, but all lives matter. And when you could put before lives matter, you could put young lives, old lives, rich lives, poor lives matter. You could put different colors. You know, all you're doing is pointing out differentiation, and that in itself is discrimination. So we could have some real interesting conversations about that and what we're doing here. I think all lives matter a lot. I've worked diligently, and one of the prime reasons I'm serving on this board is not to advance my career or anything else or to make a career. I see achievement gaps, and I see them very widely, and nobody does anything about it. They just keep doing the same things and getting the same miserable results. I don't know how to fix it. So I think increased effort to look at how to fix it, and to really define the causes. Some of it we can fix, and we're doing a really good job of it at City College. But we're inheriting a disparity gap that's huge. How do we help the elementary high school districts give us a better product? How do we help the parents at home support their children so that we have a fighting chance at eliminating this gap? By the time they get to us, it gets kind of too late. I think we are, Santa Barbara City College is highly and recognized as one of the best junior colleges in the country, and been rated #1. And just this last 6 months, we've had 2 more #1 ratings. We get those because of our staff and our faculty and what they do with the students, and the student success rate. But we still have that equity gap. So we talk about, our Black and African-American students. I would rather see wording like to make sure to ensure that our Black and African-American students are treated exactly like we want to be able to treat all our students. And then separately from that, these resolutions should be something about identifying and then fixing the problems. I think that the tone of the resolution is kind of off. I think it opens doors a little bit that I don't like. I don't want for City College to be controversial because we didn't pass a resolution. And this isn't that objectionable. In fact, I think the product that came to me was way better than I expected to see. So I was pretty happy with it. I guess I could sign off on it, but I'd sure like that change made in the "be it further resolved" paragraph, because that could cause us problems. And you know, when you start admitting that you have all these terrible things and problems, you open the door to bad things happening and accusations and other things that could ensue. I think the coiners of the resolution, I think Marcia and Marcia did a good job of keeping it. Martha and Jonathan did a good job of watching the tone and what they were saying. So I wonder if you have any comments on changing the wording slightly in that last "be it further resolved" paragraph. Marcia or Jonathan?
Would you want to just say identifying and dismantling? And that'll be...
I'd like to say first identifying so that dismantling can occur. And then dismantling. But I want more emphasis on identifying specifically what to dismantle. You know, I don't want someone coming back to us and say, well, you didn't dismantle anything. Well, what do we dismantle? We don't know. So let's put the emphasis on identifying. I'm not saying throw the whole paragraph out. I just want to get the emphasis so that it's feasible.
Well, I would agree with Jonathan that identifying and dismantling would, I mean, they naturally occur 1 to 2, so that would work for me, for sure.
Yeah. That if,
Okay, I'm making a
the
nice
thing.
suggestion here that. Will you change that?
Yeah.
Trustee Haslam, do you have a comment?
Well, I think Jonathan, as the maker of the motion, and I as a second, would approve that amendment. And I do have a comment. I think it was Marcia earlier on that said, hope we are going to be comfortable with this. I am not comfortable with this. I'm not comfortable that this is so necessary. None of us should be comfortable that it is necessary. We spent many years getting to this point of discomfort. And I think finally we're actually taking some action that will set in motion a process. This is not the end of it. This is the beginning of a process that will hopefully move us all in the right direction. And Craig, I remember also having the feeling that you expressed that, you know, Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. The very reason that expression came into being was the apparent reality that for many whites, Black lives didn't matter. And so there's an emphasis on it. And I agree with you that all lives, but this is a way of saying, yeah, maybe people of my color didn't really take that very seriously. And now is the time for us to say, yeah, we really do. We really do. And let's move forward together.
Thank you, Peter, for those comments. Trustee Gallardo, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan.
Okay.
And Marcia. I think that you guys also did a good job on writing it. Let me screen just that one. My initial, when I read it, the part where it's suggesting sort of like what to do, I was wondering if that's sort of getting on the operationals, like telling the college, okay, you're gonna dedicate institutional resources by XYZ. And so I wasn't sure if that was like getting in the weeds in terms of telling people how to do it. That was that. And then we already have the resolution 10 that we're all living with, and we've seen sort of how that's played out. And I was wondering if when it says that we're gonna reevaluate board policies and administrative procedures with an anti-racist and equity lens, I was wondering if we're making the statement that our board policies are racist now, like how would that hold out in terms of in the legal world? And so that, just given resolution 10, those two things came to mind. And then I saw the Black Lives, the all life, or what is it? Therefore be it further resolved. The board does hereby condemn police brutality and affirms that Black Lives Matter. And I was fine with that. But then when I Googled, I was like, well, let me see what's like on the Black Lives Matters page. And so then when I saw the very first thing was the defund the police, that's something that just serving on the board with college students, certainly being a public school teacher for the last over 10 years, I can't get behind something that's is calling to defund the police. Our schools have relied on utilizing hundreds of instructional minutes to prepare for, God forbid, mass shootings, and we shelter in place for hours telling the kids that the police is gonna come if something should happen, if someone shows up on campus without that has a restraining order for a child, or our college students, we've had our share of tragedies in Isla Vista, just different things that as a public school teacher and just a member of this community, I can't get behind something that's gonna say defund the police. And so as I thought more about that, I was like, wait a minute, that really goes contrary to the role that our police have had on our college students with regard to safety and being able to call and make a police report when something as simple as, like, not simple, but complicated as identity theft to something more complicated. And then really just being in the classroom, knowing that the times that a parent has shown up to school at 6 o'clock in the evening and their kid didn't come home off the bus, there's no one there, I call the police and it's happened. I'm on a field trip, we can't find a kid, we call the police. And so just, when that was the first thing I saw on the website, I was like, wait a minute. So I'm gonna get behind Black Lives Matter. And it's not within the context of teaching and learning that I know it in terms of what I do for my students of color, but it's became this like defund the police. And so I was like, I can't get behind that as a public school teacher, and that having served in this capacity as a trustee for the last decade. I also went through and I looked through all the data in terms of like our course success rates for our Black students for the college and our success metrics. And then I looked through the number of African-American Black students we have in the county in Santa Barbara Unified. In Santa Barbara City College, while we have a long way to go for all of our students, specifically our underrepresented students, we've been moving along. It's just in terms of the numbers of success that I saw, I mean, it wasn't great because none of it is great, but we went from success every year since 2014, the last years. So I thank you guys. I think you guys did a good job, but at the end of the day, just after reflecting the demands that are out there with defunding the police, I can't do that as a public school teacher.
Veronica?
Jonathan, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say, I don't think we're here to debate defund the police. Like, I have my own very strong feelings on that topic, but we're just in this resolution affirming 3 simple words, which are Black Lives Matter. We're not endorsing the Black Lives Matter organization platform. We're not doing anything like that. We're just saying a simple phrase that 50 to 60% of Americans agree with, which is that Black Lives Matter. It's not a controversial statement.
Yeah, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. I think it means the phrase, it does not endorse an organization. I mean, I guess you could say Black lives do matter, but I think that the phrase has a life that has meaning, that is worth keeping the way it is without taking that step of endorsing any organization and whatever platform they may have, which will no doubt change from time to time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not asking for it to be removed. I respect diverse opinion around this. I mean, it is listed in uppercase letters, so it's not Black Lives Matter lowercase. I mean, it's definitely, it's like if during the Montecito mudslides, we had a resolution and we named the bucket brigades, right? Then someone could Google and say, okay, that organization did X, Y, Z, or that, you know? So as it stands here, if someone didn't know anything, which honestly, I'd never had Googled or gone onto the website. And so when I saw it, I was like, yeah, no, so when Craig was saying that for him, it was more comfortable or if to frame it some other way, I'm not asking for it to be framed another way. I respect the way it's written, but as it stands, that's what it's saying. Someone's gonna Google that and that's what it is. And I can't behind my police.
Okay,
What if
so
we remove the capital letters? What if we remove the capital letters? Would that feel better? It would for me, because it doesn't give you that visual impression that we're backing the Black Lives Matter movement.
I mean, like I said, I'm not asking to change it because I respect Jonathan and Marcia who wrote it. And I think that to insert it in capital letters is what was the intent. So, but I think it goes along sort of what you were
I
saying.
think Jonathan just explained that. I think he said this was not the intent.
But it's as it's written, it is. I mean, it is. And so I wouldn't want, what I'm saying is I don't want you to lowercase it because I know that that wasn't the intent.
Well, no, it was not the intent to endorse an organization. So I think what you're saying really is that people could read that in two different ways. And what we're expressing now as a board is that we read it as a phrase. We are not reading it as an endorsement of an organization. That's where I am.
Yeah, but it's capitalized.
I understand.
So you're giving that visual impression and encouraging it.
so we have a,
Black is capitalized throughout the document, as is African American.
Well, maybe it shouldn't be.
No, the AP, there's a reason to capitalize the word Black. It's
okay, so
Oh, please explain. I'm tense.
I don't know if now's the time to explain something like that, but the Associated Press just recently made a change to their style format, for example, to make it capitalized, and it's because it's a people, a group, not just it's a proper noun, not a
Not color, it's a identification of it.
yes, I read that as well.
Yeah.
So Peter, you have made a friendly motion or friendly amendment to your motion, friendly, I guess, yourself. And it now reads in the last further resolve, be it further resolved that in partnership with our Black faculty and staff, the board will hold a virtual facilitated colloquium in the fall 20 semester on identifying and, those are the two words added, on identifying and dismantling racial inequities and barriers to student success and education. Our campus and wider community will be welcome to participate. I heard that the authors, Marcia and Jonathan of the resolution, accept that. So that's the motion. And I'd like to call a vote on it. In all of those, and I guess it's a resolution, so Angie will have to call the vote.
All righty. Trustee Hasland,
Aye.
trustee Nielsen,
I'm still on the borderline. I need to think for a minute.
trustee Gallardo,
No.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Aboud,
yes.
trustee Parker,
Aye.
trustee Croninger,
Aye.
trustee Nielsen.
No.
Okay,
Okay, the motion passes on a vote of 5-2. We'll now move on to item 12.2, report from board members. In the interest of time, I'm going to pass tonight. Does anybody else have any report they would like to make?
No, well, we attended the conference in Buellton, and so we met with Sarita from Excelencia, looking at student outcomes and looking at ways that we support underrepresented students. So I followed up with Dr. Benjamin, but Dr. Goswami is going to continue to follow up with that. And then tomorrow I'm doing the different institutes, the NALEO Institute. So I'm doing the Sustaining School Districts Through a Financial Crisis. And so that's through the National Association of Elected Officials, of Latino elected officials, which I think it should still be open if you guys want the registration link. But they're holding, NALEO's holding all of their institutes online. So it's good, they're deploying more.
Thank you for that. Peter Haslam, do you have a comment, report?
I do, because the original idea, I think, was to say farewell to Angie at this point, and I really want to do that. I did not seize the opportunity earlier. Angie has not only been a stalwart source of guidance for every board member, she's also been the voice of calm and cheer, and I think the most, and I think you'll all recognize this, whenever there's something that maybe went a little awry, there's always a giggle or a laughter that says, well, it'll be all right. And it comes from Angie. And I will miss her. I will miss her a lot. And I think we all will. And we wish her well in hopefully the background of where you're sitting, Angie, is where you're going. If not immediately, at some point in the near future, with our affection and good wishes.
Thank you. I do hope to take a trip, but I don't know when. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amen. Thank you, Angie, once again. Any other reports? Oh, Craig?
I don't really have anything to report. I want to say thank you for the 8 years that you've been shepherding me and taking care of me, Angie. Without your attention and advice and care, I probably would have made a lot more mistakes than I did. Thank you so very much. And maybe one day we'll get you to Puerto Vallarta.
Okay, I don't see any other reports, or am I correct? Marcia?
Yeah, I'm just saying, Angie, we're really going to miss you, and thank you. Thank you for so much help over these many years. So.
You're welcome.
And stay safe. Don't travel too soon.
No, I won't.
So we're going to move on to item 13.1, health benefits reimbursement rates. This is not an action item, it's an informational item. I thought it was well presented here. It's clear. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 13.2, public, 13.2 SBCC cash flow projections. Marcia's favorite topic.
Well, yes, it is, but I think we already came to kind of the end of talking about that for the time being, and I look forward to further discussion when we have the updated one and time to ask more questions.
Okay.
Here,
Thank you.
here. Well said.
With that, we will move on.
Could I suggest that, I mean, in light of the discussions and in light of the motions to truncate some of the discussions, that the conversation between yourself, I think Craig and Dr. Goswami and Lindsay might take place to maybe settle, at least get answers to some of the questions for which you've been expressing an interest.
That's a good idea.
No, I think that's fine. I do want to see whether or not we have things that we need to kind of bring back to the board, because I think we decided we all want to understand this, and these are not simple stuff.
Okay, very good. Agenda item 14, items for future board consideration. Anybody have any items they want to mention now?
How to make board meetings shorter.
Okay, I'm all for that.
We have a board meeting coming up on 9th of June, so if there are specific items you'd like to see.
And yes, and going into upcoming meetings, I'm not sure why that comes after 15.1, but in any event, it lists our upcoming meetings, and we actually have one meeting before then, July 2nd, closed meeting for the board on the superintendent president evaluation.
Is July 9th at 2 p.m. or 4 p.m.?
July.
I thought you just said second.
July 2nd will be at 2 p.m., but your question is July 9th, and I believe we agreed to do that
Regular time.
at 2 o'clock, but Dr. Goswami will be joining us for that, so I have to ask him whether that works for him.
I'll make it myself available.
Okay. So the answer is yes.
Is that the 9th or the 8th?
Well, the 9th.
Okay.
We have a meeting on
Okay,
July
so
2nd.
I'm a little confused because I have to
Okay.
help Paulina with the, so you're having a board meeting on the 2nd at 2 o'clock,
Yes,
and then you're having a board meeting on the 9th at,
on the 9th, it'll be just like today. We have a meeting at 2
4
o'clock.
o'clock. Oh, meeting at 2, a closed session at 2 o'clock, and
Closed
then
session
a
at 2
regular
o'clock.
meeting.
And then the board meeting.
Okay.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait, 1 minute. I have something I don't know how to put this on a future agenda, but I raised my hand. I'd like to hear a report, within the next few months, 2 or 3 months, on those areas that we may not be number one at, and what we can do to make those areas better. I think this recommendation that's been on my mind for some time came through on another issue in our closed session, but I feel like it really coincides well with the resolution that the board just passed. And even though I did not vote for it, the board passed it, and I'm a member of the board, so therefore we passed it. But I think that some data coming back to us, some information coming back to us, where we've actually identified these things, or if we have certain things we do that don't rank very high compared to other colleges, these are things that we found, and here are some things we can do about it, or we're going to at least give us a status report that at least we're aware, and what applies to us, what doesn't. And I think it will help this board of trustees to be of more help to our faculty and staff that seems to continuously get us rated number one rankings in the country. And I want to pay attention to that. So that's my reason for the request. And then I would second the move to adjourn.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion's passed. We are now adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe. Wear your mask 6 feet away. And we'll all see you next time.
Thank you. Good night.
Hey,
Thank
Harry's
you.
is open. You can go to dinner. Angie, I'll buy you dinner.